2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
What's going on, guys, and welcome to day 4 of the MRC here in America for season 5. I'm your host, Cozy, joined by the one and only, the legendary Iron Ship. Good to be together, man.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy. I am stoked, as always, to watch some high-level Marvel Rivals, and we know a lot of these names, man. They are circling around.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've got ourselves an MRC that's developed into really a pro scene a little bit, right? Like in a lot of the Marvel Rival Championships, the pros aren't in it, and now that they are, we are seeing a semifinal, lower bracket final, and upper bracket final with these pros, and we've got ourselves definitely some high-level, pretty good play here in Rivals for us today.
Yeah, if you're trying to learn a hero, if you're trying to understand high-level play, these are the games to watch, right? We talk about all the time that, you know, these teams are cycling. We're going to be a lot of roster mania before we go into the new pro scene coming up here with Ignite, but this might be a taste of what we could see. So if you're trying to learn a hero that these guys are rocking, they're definitely, you know, those you want to keep your eyes on. You're going to learn a lot today. I'm curious what the fans are going to be, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. If you look over at the EMEA and how that resolved, Navi looking just as good as what they were there at the LAN in Atlanta. And then we've got today just packed, and we will break down the story for you in a moment. But first, Shib, we've got the God of Winter Thor and the Cloak and Dagger skin we've got to talk about. We were just talking about before this stream started. I've been playing a lot of Thor, man. It's a good time to pick up the costume.
Yeah, I think Thor's in a good spot right now. Definitely better than he has ever been. Still with similar problems, obviously. But yeah, man, if you're checking this skin out, it goes to show you a little bit of what Ymir could look like. A little bit of Norse mythology thrown in there, which is, very consistent with Thor as a whole. But a beautiful skin there. And not to show shade over to the Cloak and Dagger skin. Obviously, another beauty that completely changes up the way that their ultimate and abilities look and sound. Speaking of that, some legendary skins right here that are available all the way through until January 16th out now. Remember, folks, you got 5 days left to cop these skins right here, all of which are very cool in my opinion.
Yeah, if you're, one of those, I don't know about you when you take down like the lights and everything, but if you're one that kind of wants to relish in the holiday season a bit more in January, well, you can do so with the Star-Lord legendary skin. I mean, listen, if legendary wasn't just haunting your household, now it's happy holidays, woo at the end of it, man. I've heard a lot of that this season.
Yeah, it haunts you a little bit. Not only is it bringing, that holiday cheer, but also the holiday fear as you just see him up in the sky looking down at you with a ton of threat. But another fun one talking about here is this Penny Parker skin, pulling SPDR into essentially a snowman. The snowman runs at you, and when that ult is launched, you actually hear a little bit of Christmas music in the background, which is pretty crazy, terrifying. And again, there's a little bit of that fun mixed with straight up fear.
Yeah, not the best ult in the game, but you know what? You get yourself a little sound effects. Love to hear it. I mean, and you know what? We pointed this out too, but the fact that you can now use the sit emote and you can see Penny out of the mech, right? So you get a little bit more look at the costume. But no, for all you Penny enjoyers, I'm sure have been having a good few seasons. Penny still can just be disgusting depending on where you land those nets. People, we're a year in ship and they're not shooting at them, and now they have Christmas hats, and it makes it even worse.
Yeah, and you get to see a look, the abilities changing up here, right? Obviously, the spawner looking a little bit different. Those mines you lay down changing up too. You got to show some love to the art team. We talk about the art team does not sleep, and these legendary skins completely changing up the abilities is even more testament to that. But yeah, man, huge fan of this thing. Like you're saying, she's definitely played more so in the scene than we've seen in the past, and there are certain maps where she is a big problem. And I know if you're climbing ladder, especially getting through some of those, moving through metal ranks, yeah, you're definitely banning this character on certain maps.
Yeah, without question. And if you look at the other costumes that this is along with, you got the Star-Lord and the Daredevil, both those obviously in the duelist department, more of the top tier heroes. Definitely Daredevil and Star-Lord has just continued to be that threat. But let's focus on Matt Murdock here, man. Blending in with it. I'm not Daredevil. Sure. And he's been banned a lot. I expect him to be banned a little more today. But man, Daredevil is just, he's a maniac.
Yeah, right now, super meta. I have no doubt, like you're saying, we will see him banned, especially by these top-level teams, unless they're feeling more confident. We saw some teams elected to even use Penny, for example, one of the other skins shown here to counter a little bit of that Daredevil, which was a unique idea and ended up paying out and working for them. I believe Lunex was doing that. So, just a cool idea. But speaking of another very strong duelist that you kind of mentioned, Star-Lord. Star-Lord is a threat, especially when you're running that triple backline. He's one of those duelists that can be run in that single duelist slot and get a ton of value. And you can hear Happy Holidays like you can with this skin very frequently, as long as you can land your shots and spin over the enemy with that blaster barrage.
Yeah, for sure. And Star-Lord is such a cool hero because you can look at him and like Psylocke. These are two heroes that, depending on what your team needs, if you can kind of farm the vanguards, right, man, to get that legendary pop, or you can go in a little bit more of a flank route depending on what's called for you. And when it comes to Star-Lord in general, he's just done well meta after meta. Now you can continue to rain from the skies with the Nutcracker skin. Again, that will put just nightmares in your very soul. But yeah, man, I expect a lot today. Gambit and him to have a great the legendary with that combination. Is absolutely disgusting. I don't know if we'll get a lot of Gambit today though.
Yeah, that's I'm with you. I think we're going to see Gambit banned a ton by these teams unless they can think they can, at least they think they can do it just a little bit better, which is obviously a testament, a call out to see who who bans Gambit first, excuse me. And like you're saying, very good combination there with Star-Lord. Again, that ultimate giving you 20% damage every 0.5 seconds, every, all the damage you've done to the target, every bit of instance of damage, every 0.5 seconds, 20% of that damage will be done again with one of those Gambit cards. And that's how the ultimate works. Honestly, I was confused about it at first, so might as well call it out again for those in the audience.
Yeah, some heroes a lot better than others. I mean, you look at Moon Knight, Punisher, all those obviously relish well. But listen, all I know is today with the bans like this, I expect more mirror matches, but we keep getting pretty diverse team lineups, and it has me excited for what the breakdown will be. Again, we are 4 days into this here in the America scene. EMEA just wrapped up, and that does mean we're in that lower bracket finals and the grand finals here alongside Shib.
Wow, it's crazy, buddy. And you know, we got to shout out quickly, Navi. Congrats to the W over in the EMEA region, which you just saw wrap up there. Obviously, signing one of the folks here from the Americas region off of the first stage of Ignite, when it looks at Terra, who looked really good in those matchups as well. The team just looked so dominant, really well played. And again, shout out to Chopped with another second place finish, I believe.
Yeah, no, that's a good call because we're kind of seeing a little bit of the aftermath of Terra going over there to EMEA. And, you know, I've liked to say at least the first day that I was casting with Vicky, you know, this is kind of, I don't want to say these are the tryouts for these teams. Obviously, you've got the total big prize pool, 14,000 large, you know, nothing to laugh at if you look between the champion and the runner-up, $3,000 difference. But also it's your, you know, these teams, the pro teams, those slots that, you know, you heard in the commercial break. Those are going to be, you know, big spots to fill. And so if you are these players and you are part of these teams like 100 Thieves or whatever it might be, you're trying to show you have what it takes in the MRC. This is a great, you know, kind of testing ground, Shib.
Yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. Just to kind of reiterate what you were saying, and also great voiceover there done by you, buddy. Shout out there. Yeah, I mean, you can get a slot here in the pro scene if you succeed in the MRC. So not only is this, you know, something you can jump on with buddies, try to get a place in this tournament and chase after the 6K first place prize, but coming up here in the next MRC, you can actually get a slot in the pro scene. And isn't that the ultimate dream when you're gaming with buddies? As we look at the bracket breakdown here.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of the same players play together, and this has them mixed and matched up right now with the lower bracket finals. If you're just now coming in, this is the story of redemption. Both these teams, they were put down to the lower bracket because of Doom Crew. Doom Crew up there in the grand finals. They 3-0 Team Guilty, sitting them down, and they 3-1 Mutants way back when. And you can see Mutants on their lower bracket. Terror Run beating Lunex, who was a great team full of pros as well, Shib. And so whoever wins this, they go and try to get their redemption against a very solid Doom Crew who has not really shaken much. But I can tell you, looking at the names, any of these teams can do it.
Yeah, and you and I were talking right before this, right? Doom Crew, a lot of flying nemesis. We're talking about some of these old teams, just incredible names that we've seen across the board. But that's not just on one team. We look at Mutants. You see some of Fly, 100 Thieves. You look at Guilty, Dreamland, Dark Zero. This is a ton of talent, and it's really all about who shows up, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, talent's one thing, this is a team game. So it's interesting to see when you put all this, talent for, a great example is when we talk about both Mutants and Team Guilty, they're stacked with what they have talent wise. How do you put it together as a team, especially, new teams coming together? As we've said, it's, mix and match of these different ex-pro teams now from Ignite Stage 1 and what we saw. And here we are. We jump into the best of 5 Mutants versus Team Guilty. You're getting an eye on the names now. We find Wakanda as our first location ship, and the bands are rolling.
Burning T'Challa domination. First band going to be Phoenix. Honestly, another one of those really strong duelist picks, but I wasn't expecting that ban off the rip. Maybe we will see some Rocket being played, if that's the idea. And outside of that, I mean, Phoenix in general, incredibly strong. And in some of these maps in Burning, there are tight ceilings, so you can get that Phoenix all off and a low ceiling, making it very difficult to burn that Phoenix on the way down, guaranteeing a good ultimate. So goodbye there. And the Wolverine, a personal favorite of mine, buddy.
Yeah, for sure. And we were talking about how Hitscan's just so dominant right now in so many different ways. And Delena Energy, these are both very two mechanical gifted players. And so, I get the kind of tip of the cap to them trying to get Phoenix out of here. You got Rogue being saved on the other side, which is a lot of fun. And why is that? Well, Vess has been one of the players that have loved playing the newest X-Men here in Rivals, man. Rogue, definitely a little long on the cooldown side, but can do a lot.
Yeah, and I think Vess is not only discussing on the hero, but I think Rogue in general shines when you do have the Gambit through it. I think that Gambit team up really enables a lot of output of AoE damage, getting that ult back really quickly, which pairs well with Gambit because he gets you in there quick to just, take that ult charge from the enemy backline, those strategists. So a ton of synergy there, and we are going to see the removal of Loki, so you don't get 2 of those ultimates back to back.
Yeah, we said we might not see a lot of Gambit. Well, right here, game 1, we have the save. But Loki, yeah, you can't have both, right? Then it just gets out of control there. But, taking a look, Psylocke going to be saved by Energy and Delena and the likes of DPS there. Got the Invis on the inverse. Again, that bottom team is kind of a mix of what Dreamland was, with what we had in Dark Zero. So they've got the talent to get it done as well. Again, slipping a bit there in the upper bracket towards the end. Bucky going to be banned for the final ban for Team Guilty. What do you think you got here for Mutants?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see that ban out of Fist, which, you know, that's just the double tank buster removal when you're getting rid of Wolverine and Fist, both of which kind of do the same thing with just percent-based HP, you know, removal, which is a big problem. Removing that allows you to play things. You can be a little more aggro with literally characters like the Thing and just get up in the front and not have to stress too much. Groot's in a little safer spot there. I mean, the new target priority when you're going against a Groot is to remove that Ironwood wall, and then you essentially treat it like it was Season 1 Groot, where you really can just bully him with some of those tank removal tools. But getting rid of those two is really going to enable these Vanguards to play really aggressively. So I'm looking forward to seeing which Vanguards come out on top here.
Yeah, with the triple Vanguard lineup, always just a slugfest. And so I'd like to see someone like Energy going over and flexing the Magneto, which we saw a bit, right? Going back to Ignite, he would flex into there from time to time, kind of like Terra did for 100 Bs in that role. So we'll see how much they stick with that. Obviously with Rogue and the Thing, just a great 1-2 pairing. SJP, having him back in the scene with Rocket Raccoon. And then you've got Delina, who, remember, man, way back when, he was a dangerous Psylocke, man. And then kind of like, you know, is that Hela? And then kind of lean more towards the Hela. Team Guilty, though, we got that Daredevil. Matt Murdock is going to make the appearance for Shine.
We've seen a lot of these duelists be able to flex strategies too, right? We even saw some Adam Warlock there from Delena, which has been more prevalent in the scene. Also just got a new skin, a legendary skin, changed up some of the abilities there. And we are going to start off now, buddy. Our first matchup here, back to 5, and an immediate kidnap comes through. And we're going to see a two-piece there from Madara onto SJP and Millennia. And what a start here for Team Guilty. Make that 3, why don't you?
Oh my goodness, Rogue just painting the Elim feed, and Chuckles getting the last laugh there as Team Guilty just absolutely wrecks Mutants out the gate. Say hello to the lower finals. They're looking ready to roll here. Velocity not going to go ahead and cap the point back with Moderon. Man, that's a way to start this thing.
Yeah, we've seen Velocity in the past lead some of those comms from the back line of strategists. Typically, you want to see your strategists lead a lot of those comms because they do get to see the whole battlefield. And the engagement comes in early here. Sparky gonna find Chuckles. Madara back on Millennia, making the numbers even. Why don't you? But the res comes through. SJP goes down, though, but not before that res gets value. Delena finding Chime. Renko now on a Spark Chief in a trade fest for days here. Off the rip, only 20% on here for Team Guilty.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward engagement, right? Because they lose both strategists immediately, and then you get the res, but by then, the work's already been done. Nice pick, too, from Spark Chief, but they're going to need more if they want to get this point right back. 30% up. Delina has 83% ult. Keep your mind. Let's see what they do with that. They're going to go towards that back end of the strategist. Velocity will be a big pick here.
And we know how strong Sal can be with that dance of the butterfly. Out we go early on here as Gambit is going to get them moving with that Raging Royal Flush. Madara able to find SJP, and that does get rid of the BRB if it is available. Chime on a Millennia. Madara again onto Energy, and everyone falls now as Team Guilty are looking lights out on this point. A lot of ults now for Team Mutants in the next fight.
Yeah, cards first on the table there, Rinko, as they lay out the Gambit ult, and they get exactly what you want, right? I mean, with Velocity and Stinkers able to have their ult as well, they have defensively what they need here. The shield's going to go up early, forcing that, and just like that, this is going to force the aggression attack. Stinkers is going to find some with Yago, and Team Guilty, they want to get right back to this grand final.
Yeah, they're looking really strong right now, and that is after releasing the Raging Royal Flush right back out. And here goes the combination. Everybody going in heavy. Out goes the dance to the butterfly, but enough patty caking to keep the team healthy. But no, Delena is still able to make one pick happen out of Velocity, and that's big value now. Velocity was climbing up towards that ultimate. It looks like ult advantage going to be slightly in the favor of Guilty here in terms of raw numbers, but Mutants just still can't get there quite yet. Delena on a Chuckles, that's another 2, and make it 3 as Delena is cleaning house right now with the Sia in the sky.
This last the dash, I mean, I've got to give Mutants some credit there because aggressively, man, that Agamotto with the invisible boundary, I thought, okay, do they even utilize their ults here? Because you got to look at the ult economy going into the next round, but man, great job from them getting a lot of value out of that Delena on the side. You got Chuckles, another fold though here coming from Rinko, or we would say never fold. You're gonna look to engage with like right now. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be very aggro. Immediate 3-piece. Come on now. Sometimes, especially at this level of play, it's worth holding back with Gambit because Gambit goes down. That ult is now bye-bye. So you got to be a little more careful, especially when the duels stop missing. You know, at this level of play, the duels really know how to focus, but they are going to take that first point there. Wow, Team Guilty. What a clean set of plays.
Yeah, I would say it's not hard to pick one word to identify that team right now. It's just aggression. I mean, from the get, right? You had Madara get the 2-3 opening, and then from there, you know, anytime you use the invisible boundary on the aggression too, you just know you're looking for some, yeah, I would say first blood, but third blood, I guess, by that matchup. And looking at it, man, what a start for Team Guilty. Mutants, on the other hand, not left with much. You know, you are going to have the Gambit ult to at least get yourself potentially first point, which is nice, but you're going to have to really stall this thing out if you want to get everyone back up.
Yeah, and this is that conversation you and I were having where it's, you know, whatever team is confident in the Gambit, it's all about just being very aggro and fully pushing in and making sure your team knows priority, who to get picks on, and how to get that out very quickly. Sometimes it's worth having your Vanguard take a little extra damage, play a little more aggressively so Gambit can press Q quicker than the opposition. Sometimes it's better to answer on defense on something like Convoy or Convergence to ult second, but in domination like this, if you can ult first and get those early picks, that's all you need. And we saw Team Guilty do that back time and time again.
And it goes to show you, you know, kind of what you get whenever you've been playing together, even with the talent. You look at Mutants, they are chock full of some of the biggest Avengers in the America, right? Who I would put on my dream team. But right now, it's Team Guilty that is just playing sound and solid here. And it's like going right to it here. Stinkers is going to continue to find success. The Vanguards, man, being a fellow Vanguard, I'm sure you are just loving what you're seeing here done by Ben Grimm and co.
Yeah, I think getting a ton of play here, especially in the Americas region. I think it was a little more slept on in the MEA, or they just don't see the value as much. But I mean, that was 3 haymakers back to back to back with KOs. So that is a big presence there. So well played. But here comes the next engagement. Ult advantage going to be up here for Guilty once more, who are already 10% in climbing and have a point under their belt.
I think we're seeing a lot of velocity in Rinko really step up for the team as well in the back end here as the Algemoda comes out and Stinkers once more. So Delina's going to be the one that finds the best out of Shine and Sparksheet to follow. So just like that, getting the commitment out and the velocity ult, that's going to be a good net win for them with only 26% climb for Guilty.
Yeah, I think you called that perfectly. That's just big value, using that ult to counter, not only get picks, but, you know, counter that invis boundary, getting that pick on velocity. And that's the threat of Psylocke right now. You know, Loki does a good job shutting that down with crystals. You see Warlock able to handle it a bit with Bond, but outside of that, there's not a lot of abilities besides patty caking perfectly and stacking like a, you know, perfect unit, which can be done to shut down a very strong Psylocke. Well played again there by Delina as the next fight begins. Here comes an Agamotto from Energy. That one does manage to find only one, but they can't get the pick through it. Great shield there on the defense.
The SCP was able to get that rocket ult out, which they needed to have any chance against the Gambit ult, and it gave them every bit of momentum that they needed. It was at 85% on the start of the fight. Good stall there, honestly, even with the Agamotto not connecting. They were able to get their strategist up. Now look at Millennia, right there with 72%. And just like this, we have ourselves the favor, at least in map 2, going to Mutants. See if they can hold on.
Yeah, holding this triple composition here for Mutants again to keep them in this alleyway. This is very much a defensively strong position. They are going to have to drive back now, though. It's a great off angle. Pull it to that line. Velocity going to have to pop that boundary. Out goes the clobbering time from Chuckles. Stinker's going to launch one to everybody pressing Q, but 2 go down. SJP able to res Vest back, and they're still trying to hold on to this point. 65% in climbing. Numbers down. Velocity gets another pick here on the Spark Chief, and the eye goes out. But this time, they're not able to get a pick instead. It gets returned right back, and Madara finds energy.
An absolute fat eye, man, but did not get anything from it, right? No follow-up. And right now it's just trying to sustain and get that point a little bit more built up for your team. And a good job. Again, both answers, both without the Gambit ults, were the ones that won the latest team fights. Exactly what you want to see when they locked in. Even with Best getting res back here. They had Delina's ult. They had great value from that last time. Velocity can obviously have the boundary. They've been going very aggressive, Shib. We'll see if after the last kind of loss in value, if they continue that aggression.
And here goes another dance for Butterfly. The Cutterfly goes out. Out is matched once again, but is still able to find one. Bottom time is massive. And there goes some serious damage onto the back line of Velocity, who falls. And Spark Chief able to get that pick. Time coming in here. Letting the Devil out. Will that get more value? Oh, but here comes the Raging Royal Flush. We know how threatening that can be. SJP goes down. Goodbye to the BRB if that was available. Everyone slowly trickling down. Numbers up here, but now Delena able to find another pick. Ult advantage slightly for Millennia and Vest, who are available. And there goes the Royal Flush one more time. You can see them just running down the survivors.
Yeah, what a great job just delaying the point take, right? I mean, SJP with the rocket ult last time they were able to counter that Gambit ult. This time, even with 2 members down, you know, you had Team Guilty hold pretty strong here. Get that up to 82. This is looking going to be tight here because they used a lot to get that point right back. And now on the flip side, Stinkers and Shine ready to rock and roll, and surely going to have the Rinko ult to follow. So this is looking, I would say, advantage towards Guilty.
And here we go again. 96% though here for Mutants, who are trying to make this a 1-1 series. Overtime starts, and Energy able to get that first pick on Amadara, who's looked so good in this series so far. Another huge covering time, this time from Chuckles. Knuckles who drops Delena, and an Eye of Agamotto gets committed. The rest comes back onto Delena, but at this point, numbers are heavily down. Might have to be a retake, but no. Everyone pressing the Q button and trying to make this the final fight, and that's going to be a pick here from Chime out of Millennia. A little bit of overcommitment, I would say, from the side of Mutants there in that fight.
Agreed, and they didn't even have to use the Gambit ult, which is why it gave them the momentum leading into that fight. And so having that here for the 99 to 99 matchup is what makes me nervous. If you are a fan of Mutants, to lose map number 1, Portal's going to come out already, and really SJP the only one up to bat. But Millennia's going to have that Gambit ult soon. You are going to have something to follow, but this is a big fight right here. Sean getting that pick is massive.
And here goes the Sia committed, and the Raging Royal flush. Delena able to find Chime, but one is down from either side. It's all about this next few picks. And there is the next pick from Stinkers on a Vest, and that's going to be massive, making a 2-piece onto Energy. The res comes through, though, and SJP falls, and at this point, looking like Guilty may clutch this thing out. There goes the engagement. The Siphon is dropped. Some more haymakers, but Sparky able to find Velocity is a huge pick. There is a ton more committed. Millennium now going to start with the Royal Flush. I might have spoke too soon if Mutants don't want this to end. Overtime ticking down. The haymakers coming through. Delena on the top side trying to find Raincoat, but now it's a 2v1. Can he shut this down? He does. Still holding on, trying to make it a 2-piece, but no, does fall. Either way, that's a huge pick. Numbers still going to be slightly up for Mutants, I believe, on the retake here. Out goes to Let the Devil Out, and that can be super threatening here onto this Gambit. He does have a ton of self-survivable ability. Still is going to hold on somehow. Velocity back in the fight now, holding position. And are you kidding me? This might be the most back and forth fight ever. As Energy finds Velocity. Stinkers out of Millennia. Millennia is back, and oh my goodness, what is going on?
With a Peter Parker sighting food, absolute perfection. You know, we should have said, but he says it all the time. He never folds. With Millennia getting picked there early from Chime, I thought the fold was about to happen. Cards left on the table, but no, they're getting right back into this thing. Point taken, map taken. You do have Seekers though with the portal. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did not use it on that side on Team Guilty. But they're trying to touch a little bit. If you are Gambit, wow, man, with that pick ship, I thought it was the whole Team Guilty.
It just gave me deja vu seeing Energy come back there on the Spider-Man and get a few picks in the end. That was crazy back and forth fight and just value. I mean, that's the beauty of this level of play. That was just a ton of fun to watch, but being able to stall there down in numbers and still getting picks through it, like that is just next level play, especially in the neutral. We saw some 2v1s with some value as Delena got a nice 2v1 on the top side against Guilty, making this a 1-1 series. Beautiful play across the board. Ultra Advantage is going to be here for Guilty though.
Yeah, shout out to Spark Chief and SJP just staying on the point too. I mean, with Millennia gone, Spark Chief has a thing. That's a lot of bullets coming your way, right? But Delena now causing the pressure on the Gambit, caused some peel happening, and then you were able to at least keep on the point. And then to your point, man, we had the Gambit activated by Millennia, and the rest is history in that second point. But here we are, map number 3. Winner takes it, Shib, and what a way to open up the lower bracket, buddy.
This is what I'm looking forward to seeing right now in the lower side bracket. Best of 5, folks. First to 3. And this is only game 1. We're already heading to the 3rd map of our first game. Velocity very aggro here, waiting to use that boundary. And there is the commitment. Instead, going to be from the side of Gambit with that Royal Flush. Renko going to find Spark Chief again, staying towards the back line, not trying to overcommit. Spark Chief is going to be res back, but Energy goes down, keeping the numbers up here for Guilty. 5 seconds until that portal can be grabbed. That's going to turn one right back, though, onto Chime, using that team up to provide a little more damage.
That's going to allow Millennia now to use his ult, right? Because if you lost too many, you got to just save it and reset. They do take the point. That's a big win for Team Guilty, even at that. Agamotto coming now, and wow, just like that, it went from a good clip of the script to an absolute answer with the Agamotto, and you use the Gambit ult. That's a big W for Guilty.
I think a misconception about Ultimate is that you need to get a 3-piece with them, but no, if you can shut down the momentum or you find one pick on a front line or even the back line, that is value, and that's why at this level of play, sometimes we'll just use those ults to guarantee a pick and not stress about anything else. Do not let that get in the way of you using those Qs. Try to find a 1-piece, and that is more than enough for your team to get this map and start climbing. 31% climbing here.
You're just trying to decide when you have momentum and advantage, right? Because I do agree with that ult on Gambit, but then just the answer is tough, even though you're down 1. But with the Amplifier up, it is you're going to find Madara first here. Does open the door for them to find more. Yes, sir. Mutants now with a 2 lead in terms of 6v4, pushing forward. They have the Dance Butterflies going to keep what they've got, though. Now, just like that, point retake. And they've got plenty in the arsenal, although they do not have a response to the Gambit ult coming momentarily. Well, I guess that is what the Emma, I guess, yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah, you can use them. I don't disagree with that. And try to again, it's all about priority. You're going to try to find Gambit there and shut that down quickly, but it can be a big threat, especially when you are going to pair it with something like Chime's Daredevil, the Let the Devil Out, which can be even more of a presence. Again, large AoE threatening damage abilities is so scary. Chuckles going to find Millennia. Res right back, though. Numbers stay even, but there is more commitment as Sparchief now goes down. Numbers up to the side of Guilty, who are at 50% to the 30. The side of Mutant still more back and forth trading. This time Stinker's going to find energy, and at this point they are keeping that train rolling. Still holding on, though, as that's now even more commitment comes in. This side from Delena, who's trying to find a backline pick. Great patty caking and movement as Delena now goes down. I have Agamotto's committed, and that should be another pick here on the Vest. And still roughly tied here in percentage, but this will go back in Guilty's favor.
Yeah, good stall job there, and you know they did use a lot to try to keep that thing rolling for them, and just the strategists continue to get so much value with Rinko and Velocity. Team, what's up though, man? They've got what, SJP for a little bit of damage amplifier. This is gonna be a bit of a neutral fight here for a bit. If you are the side of Mutants, you almost want to just to stall out just a tad. Chuckles though, man, has gotten so much value getting those picks early, especially on Millennia.
Yeah, agreed. There is just a lot of neutral back and forth, which is surprising for right now in this current meta. There's a lot of Qs being pressed, and that is where you get a lot of value. But we're seeing a lot of picks in the neutral, and as I'm saying that, we see Madara here going to commit out early without a Heartbreaker, trying to find the backline if need be, just stalling and giving more percentage on point, 84%, and climbing here for Guilty. Mutants do have slight ult advantage, but Ranko's very close here to the Raging Royal Flush, and that is a big problem for the side of Mutants. There goes a good pull there, and it's going to be finding one as energy takes out Shine. There goes that clobbering time at a weird angle. Doesn't seem to collide with too many.
Yeah, a bit awkward there. Millennia staying alive is all they need here to be able to keep this thing competitive, and at this point, Chuckles knows he's most likely out of this thing, and it's going to be Mutants looking strong here. Agamotto does come out from Stinkers, but in return, be rough on the go around. So just like this, Mutants going to get this right back. Millennia able to stay alive through that team fight. That was what I was looking for there, Shib. And once again, they've got Delena with the double Vanguards, and the strategist front, all they got is Velocity. Looking strong for Mutants to hold on at least to 99.
Yeah, game one here. Third map and potential 99-99. That's exactly what you're looking for here in a lower bracket final. Great movement there by Mutants to stay on the point, even down the Raging Royal Flush in that moment. That is some really strong commitment and really good patience, dropping back and making sure no one goes down and holding on to that point. 75% in climbing. Out goes a few as we see the dance of the Cutterfly, not able to get anything there. Out goes the Psionic, and that one doesn't get much value, but Stinkers is able to drop energy, and now Guilty is up in numbers. The res doesn't seem to be there right now from SJP, still likely on cooldown, is probably coming back shortly. Ranko holding the high side here, great angle as the strategist staying way away from the fight, and is still able to find one on the Sparchief, and now the Royal Flush is available, and this could guarantee the W here from Guilty if used properly, and there it goes.
An absolute fireworks show in terms of ultimates there for the grand finale of this map one. This Sparchief with a quick kick though on Chuckles. That's going to open up the door, and they can go and put the aggression on the road. Winning hand is up and ready now. Everything Madara wants, but nothing he most likely will get as that Gambit never pulled. The Royal Flush is too hard to counter with no response, and while Mutants, who is down, are not out, my friend. Looking strong here on Wakanda for the comeback.
Yeah, here comes the portal though, and that was insane movement, whether it was intentional or not. Is going to fall still. Time from Vest as time goes down. Numbers up now for Mutants. A lot of ults available here. Agamotto gets launched, and it's massive, and they follow up, and that's 4 down as Mutants look like they might take this, and they do. What a turnaround there. Mutants, way to stay calm, cool, and collected, are going to take on Burn and T'Challa.
Wow, man. I mean, just talk about how Team Guilty came out so aggressive in Spaceport. All momentum. They used their gas early, man. They ran out of it towards the end there. Just put patience and reset. We know that's going to come from the pros. They know what they're doing at this point. Never down or out. And there's Vest. We highlighted him with a rogue save earlier, showing why the newest Vanguard could add so much strategy to this high-level gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, again, paired with Gambit too, right? That AoE damage, when you're using those kicks, not only does it pierce everyone, but also then does that AoE burst from the Gambit team up. So just so much raw AoE up there, 32k damage right next to when you're looking at Psylocke from Delena, which is nutty. 18 finals though from Delena. Are you kidding me? And it seems like Rogue right now just an MVP farmer, because you gotta show some love to Delena there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I definitely give the edge towards the duelists on their side. And strategist-wise, I still think that Velocity and Rinko really got it done. But survivability was the key in the ticket. But then we get that map one, Millennia staying alive through it. Man, you know, Stinkers right now is just like, let me off this Vanguard. I want to match the limit. What he just did. Man's an absolute just a demon on the roll. But man, if this is any indication, we should have known. Chip, it's us casting early. We failed.
That's true, buddy. Gotta love that matchup. So back and forth, honestly, threw me off a few times, and it's all about those final fights. The portal play coming in so clutch, and that's the key, is just staying calm, cool, and collected when that portal play comes in, because if you go too early, if you commit too early on the portal and somebody falls, then you know the odds of the fight are right back in the enemy's favor. It is so tense in those moments, and that's where, you know, the teams that are have more synergy really shine.
Yeah, and keep in mind, right, it was the opposition of Gambit being saved from Guilty, so they wanted to have that. They believed in their strategist, which again, you know, great pair to believe in, but that definitely gave a little bit of extra edge, especially with Vest. You got the team up. It's not the craziest team up in the world, but it adds a little bit more sustainability to what is already a kit that's really tough to take down, right, Chip?
Absolutely, and that was a beautiful fight and game in general for game one, but we are going to see game two coming up here shortly, right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. among all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We just saw Team Mutants crawl back on top there and taking map 1 over Team Guilty. That looked great out the gate. We'll see if they can sustain the success as we look at our next one, man. And we knew we were signed up for some good gameplay, buddy. For you, what was the big difference that did allow Mutants to take over?
It was a couple fights when they were using the Raging Royal Flush where they dropped back and didn't lose anyone. And if you are able to do that in this current meta, that is a massive win. And I think that is what won them that final map, and they turned it right back around. But now we're going to head into Midtown, buddy, and that's going to be that triple comps. We got to see who does it better.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at it, they had the first save, I think, for Rinko to have that Gambit. Now I'm wondering if they want Velocity to go Loki instead, and then they maybe use the save there. Again, with Vest playing Rogue, that could be an option they go to. I think the Pig Banter's done pretty well. They're going to look to correct a couple things with Velocity as a captain versus their Delina.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see the tank removal tools dropped off the rip there when you're going to get rid of Wolverine and Fist as much. Ooh. Yeah, they're going to actually remove the thing, and this is crazy. Honestly, buddy, if you had asked me prior to this tournament if we would see this much thing play and removal, I would have said absolutely not. But I think he's very threatening, especially with good coordination, just due to the fact that you can apply more damage to the enemies where they take more damage every time you dash in.
Dude, and that ult farms so fast. The fact that you can continue to farm it even right when you ult, and if you get like a 3-4 piece there, you can get that thing back up to like 50% around the corner. So it goes lightning fast there. But and also, man, I gotta say, I thought Chuckles did a great job as him, right? And had a couple big time finishes. Oh, yeah. But Spark Chief, I guess they're saying you don't want to go up against it, and we got nothing banned on the left side. That's on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the lock there's a little strange. I'm not gonna lie, not locking that's a little strange. No, that's a team issue. But I think the leader of those right now is Delena, at least for that phase. But yeah, removing Gambit this time from Guilty and the lock-in of Groot, which you and I again prior to this, jumping on here, we're saying, and we weren't surprised with how good Groot is, but we love the way that Groot's playing right now.
Lock in, Delena. Lock in. Get that pick in underway. You got some. They had to decide whether to go with the Rogue or not. Maybe, I don't know. But they are going to ban Chime. They don't want to deal with that. They're going to go with the save over on the Moon Knight, which is always a good time. We saw Delena play a lot of Moon Knight. Energy, yes and no. But I do think Delena will be the one that rocks that on their side of things. That's going to open up some gameplay with the Groot save as well. I think Spark Chief is just fine. Not getting Thing, but gaining his Groot.
Yeah, I'm going to see with the lock. I'm not sure what they're going to lock here. Again, this is a little bit different when you're at Midtown just because you're going to try to protect. Okay, the Loki, which I think you kind of called out right before this beautiful call there, going to be for Velocity, who's going to be running those comms in the back line. Yeah,
I had a feeling, right? If you look at that last match, we know Velocity plays Loki. It's his comfort pick. He plays it at a high level. And with Gambit, you're just giving them some edge in some ways as well, especially Millennium playing a great job on the hero. But they're going to ban the Mantis. And then we'll see here on the inverse ban, you've got the Loki save. So how do you want to go about it? With the, I know obviously the high rank play Moon Knight is not as much as like a hard counter to Loki, but still obviously very good to feed up. Adam going to be the last ban, which I think is fine, right? I don't know if they were going to play Adam too much. They do like to flex it in there time to time.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be running Moon Knight at this level of play, it's going to be on a map like Midtown or Yggdrasil off the rip, where you are going to have those tank buster compositions. You're going to try to press Q in 30 seconds with Moon Knight there and just be a threat. And you are going to use Storm to damage boost as you attack. And again, Team Guilty will be attacking first. So this is likely what we're going to see them run with.
And especially in, we haven't casted, at least it was Ignite, prior to Storm getting even better damage amplification, right? So she got that boost up to make it even stronger out the gate. Moon Knight's already on a millisecond countdown to his ultimate, so it just allows him to feed that up so strong. Funny enough, me and you were talking about it. You don't even need Moon Knight's ult with the Groot ult unless you're going strictly to counter the Strategist ult, because just Moon Knight's pure kit can get so much value. And Chip, as someone who is, listen, one of the best Groots in this game, top 20, top 5, time to time, what are some things to look out for Spark Chief and Chuckles and what they want to do on the tree?
So yeah, when you're on defense, sometimes there's value in hiding that ironwood wall, which does give you CC immunity, crowd control for those who are maybe confused on the terminology. Essentially means you can't be stunned, you can't be displaced, you can't be slowed. So they're going to hide that wall so it can't be focused off the rip into this building on the left. And that way, when they play down main this angle, they don't have to stress about any of the CC. But it is, you know, there is some value on holding it to try to isolate, depending on if their team does have a lot of CC built in. But right now, it looks like more of a mirror matchup. There's going to be that Emma Groot on both sides, and it's all about who does it just a little bit better.
Yeah, eyes on Stinkers there. Vest is forced to go Diamond 4 in the back out, trying to get the best of the crystal, but nothing from it now. Quick little Diamond Mother fight here as he's going to get some back rotation in so far up, but just trust that team to keep them nice and healthy. SJP on the new Lady Loki, love the skin. As Stinkers is throwing out the Kanchu, is going to find the best of it, man. That's a great way to open up even without Chuckle's ult.
Yeah, like you said, you don't always need the pairing, especially when you can farm out that quickly. Chuckle's going to find one Chime and Chuckles again, and that should be enough to keep them moving. Likely we'll see a portal here to fight by the ambulance. The reason they run these triple comps is to guarantee 3 fights, and that is all that matters. One fight right here at the ambulance, and the next fight will be right before the point is captured on that push.
We have a post strategist ult as well. This is going to be a tough one. We'll see if they can continue to sustain as there's the invisible boundary into the Omega Hurricane. The skies open up, trying to find something, but just going to get extra pressure. There's one. The category 1 with SKP down res back into Delina. Going to allow him to get the ult copy, and just like that, shield is up. SKP is out. That's a big pick, man, and ult is gone.
Yeah, that is a huge pick, like you're saying. Out goes the eye at the very end. Perfect timing there. This time from Mutants on the defense to find a 5-piece off of a massive Eye of Agamotto.
Whether you're a pro player or just, you know, a bronze player, when you press Q and you die immediately, man, it is just the worst feeling. I mean, there's just nothing worse, especially when you're looking to get that strategist, you know, sustain, team guilty. It's gonna go down. It's a good little stuff from Mutant.
Yeah, and that's another one of those target trio where you're really just trying to find the targets that are close to ult or have just started ult. Or, you know, if you're playing Emma, you want to make sure you can use that Psionic Seduction on a Loki that is actually copying, because even if you stop the copy from going through. Great idea there from Beth to try to block. Oh, the strangling, but no, it does not matter as Stinkers has that already, and Madara is able to find one. The rest comes through. Numbers can still be 1 up here, make it 2 now for Guilty as they push through and potentially get point 1 here.
Yeah, looking okay there for Mutants as they had 1 up, but his velocity on the home down pick, he wanted the Loki for a reason, finds that extra energy pick, and then that allows them to get this first point. So great job from them as they pick up the scraps. Gonna have Stinkers move forward, and this is where a lot of teams obviously shift out of the whole, you know, Storm Moon Knight thing, but Stinkers plays a great Moon Knight. Add that, gonna continue to farm while he can, while you know, Sparky is doing what they do as well, or Chuckle.
Yeah, I mean, this is, that was really clean. Point 1, I would say. Still had like a minute 30 on, which is a fair amount of time. It's actually a ton of time. Guaranteed 2, almost guaranteed 3 fights before you really had to worry. But yeah, decided to be able to walk right through there. And now Mutants got to regroup and try to find some success here on point 2. This one is a little more tight on the left side. Madara in a dangerous spot. Does go down early. Beth's going to find one to build that charge off the walls. And a lot of the time you'll see them use Diamond Form just to hold on to that charge. Because if you're at 100 with Emma, you deal double damage with that laser. Here comes the Omega Hurricane from the side of Chime. Renko going to launch here with the boundary. And down goes 1, make it 2. But Vest is going to find a trade. Sparky be able to find another onto Stinkers. And it doesn't matter. Great hold here by Mutants. Not really committing too much.
Yeah, great awareness from Vest and Spark. Just moving forward, you lose 1, right? But you continue to make it even odds. And, you know, got to give hats off to the Storm getting the picks, but was not able to get the rest. You know, listen, man, when you got that Death Star beam coming out of Emma, it's just hold W and put the fear of God into your opponents. Now, you do have the tree ready to ult. The equipment coming out ready, and there's the Kanchu, and that's the flood.
That is... Yeah, that was a clean one as 4 go down early on. Gonna have to force Velocity back there with Loki to use the copy to try to hide. Excuse me, not the copy, the clone. He's gonna have to reset again. Still holding on to 3 ults here for Mutants, and that's what you want. You don't want to overcommit in these fights, and that is the, you know, of utmost importance at this level of play. It's all about value and not using too much for too little.
And just this defensive setup, it's so tough to crack through, right? When you've got the tree, you can even see the trap there set up there from, you know, Spark Chief. You're kind of forced to go one way or the other. It's just a tough kind of place to get through here, but you are going to get the pick if you are Shine. You're going to force the down tree up and Spark Chief out.
Really good shots there. Consistently on the dome of the front line. And here goes Song Inferno coming in. Out goes the boundary to keep the team up. And there's the seduction. Is able to find one. And that should give them enough to still hold on. And Mutants are looking really good here on point 2. Trying to shut this down. Still have one ult available at least from the side of Energy. But not too much as we'll see the combination of that Brute and Moon. We're going to use that Moon early on here for the side of Mutants. Up goes Madara in the sky with the meteor, and very low is going to fall, but does trade with one.
I'm going to say just good aggression there and pressure ult if you are the Moon Knight and Energy. And now with the Phoenix landing down inside the corner, it's going to go crash down, then up, and it gets the back wall. A little bit of a dodge and weave there now as the Lens they continue to farm those sparks. There goes Conchu's hand on the other side. Conchu's conflicted what team he's working for. But right now, it's all stinkers. The favoritism's happening in the Egyptian guy.
Yeah, it was funny. Looked a little bit like a glider going down back up, just trying to sweep some of that stuff before the landing. But they are moving forward again. Team Guilty has found their footing up in alt charge here with Invis, with Renko. And next closest alt will actually be Velocity. So a lot of answers here for Guilty. Can they make this happen with 40 seconds on?
Yeah, they've continued to be aggressive, and we continue to see right now Bounds is going to go up. It's going to match ult for ult here, and they're just going to try to farm from it. And Sparky finds stinkers, and that's going to slow down a lot of the damage that team's going to rely on. And just like that, that's going to be a strong defensive hold, at least for another reset.
Yeah, they will have Portal if need be here for the side of Guilty, as it has been 3 minutes. And actually, I'm not even sure they used it on point 1. Don't think they needed it. So good retake by Mutants, who now will have a ton of ults here to defend. So now it's in their favor. The copy goes out by SJP. We will see the combination here from Sparky and Energy. Will that one get value? Not quite. Oh, yes, it does. As down goes 3. Energy showing up on the Moon Knight, who's getting so much play right now, and a huge Sonic Seduction to clean it up, and that should be it on the defense. Well done, Mutants, but great push early on there by Guilty.
Yeah, strong performance there. I mean, Energy doing his best Daredevil performance, shooting blind there into the invisible and found all the connections, man. That's a good feeling when you are the Moon Knight. So great job from them, holding strong. Still, this is a point 1 hold map. Like, it's definitely not the easiest thing to get through point 1 with those 3 fights that we just talked about. So we do have to see Team Mutants, you know, not let out on any of the pressure and gas. But yeah, really, you know, for them picking the map, Team Guilty, that is, I think Mutants is definitely proud of their, you know, defensive performance.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that fully. I do think that you know, Guilty off the rip there looked so strong on point 1, and then the momentum just completely shifted there. Even having that ult advantage on that, you know, second to last fight was really unfortunate, because they still got picks through the invisible boundaries, and then I'm not sure where the second ult landed up in that fight. I have to go back and look, but it wasn't enough to keep them on there, and then ults were heavily in Mutants' favor after that, and at that point, it's just very difficult to win a 4v1 ultimate fight.
And what's tricky about that, right, is, you know, the Storm finally got swapped out, and it's kind of tough, Shib, when to make that swap, right? Like, if you obviously took point 1 so dominantly, I get why they kind of stuck on that for a little bit, but then, you know, even with the pick, there wasn't much going from there. So it's a tough point here, because there's a lot of unique comps ran, like we're seeing right here with Thor. Obviously, I think Spark Chief might swap out. We're definitely going to want the group there. But, you know, you do see a lot of unique comps in this map in particular. It's just when you swap it, especially starting point 2.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. That's, you know, some of the beauty of Rivals. It's so difficult. There's so many viable heroes right now. Obviously, there is a meta, but especially with the ban phase, a lot of that can be dropped out. And great utilization there of walls to try to isolate. And that's an example of not using the walls as more of a hiding tool and just stay CC immune, but instead to just isolate targets and see if they have enough damage to burst that down. It's difficult with 3 Vanguards. As down goes Chuckles from Vest.
Vest is absolutely holding W right now, as Emma Frost now finding the row, pushing her back. Just great pressure regardless of getting that pick or not now, and able to get this whole team in. Millennia's going to get the pick on Stinkers. This is going to force a 3-fight win to a 2-fight. Heck, could I dare say 1?
Well, it could be, as the portal comes through here from Guilty now. Just going to try to stop them here, right at the ambulance, as Madara is able to find Energy early on. That puts them up in numbers. Velocity does have that copy available. The God of Mischief. No ults quite yet there for Mutants, but they are very, very close, and we'll see who pops Q first.
Yeah, we'll see, as SJP usually, we'll see if he goes first with the ult, as Spark Chief is about to have his ult lined up with Energy. It's going to be Millennia goes throwing it up first. It gets the pull into Velocity. Hello. Great awareness there to get that absolute yank and a fish caught. And we got Magneto going up, slamming down. Stinkers finds the connection, but nothing is going to solidify as it's just the Vanguard's getting it done. All eyes on him as Mutants is walking this down Main Street.
Yeah, the portal's already gone, and finding Velocity early like that, it was huge with the invisible boundary up because Velocity did have that copy available. Now we're going to see Ranko is available to get to point with Cloak, but I don't know that they can. They do not, as they're just going to elect to set up for point 2, and that is a huge push with 4 minutes and 40 on here on point 2 for Mutants.
Yeah, 3 fight to a 2 fight is huge on point 1, as we just said. With 4 minutes to go, that's a lot of mistakes and a lot of strategy you can put together here if you are Team Mutants to put Guilty on the rope. Coming from that upper bracket, they know what they're made of, as Energy's just getting Contra out right away. Get that pressure, and the overextension there is going to be found as Velocity goes down to our point exactly as that counter. Delena can be matched 1-to-1 duelist.
Luna just getting so much value in these comps right now. It's traded back and forth as Energy finds one, and Chime doing the same. Ult available here, the combination for Chuckles and Chime, and Madara is going to try to potentially eat the Groot strangling prison. That is where you can get some counterplay, not only with the shields, but potentially with that Meteor M. And I heard an ult launch, I believe. No, I didn't. No, it is now being launched, and that does find some value. It is going to be 2 of the front line as Chime takes out Energy. Vest goes down now as the numbers are up heavily here on the defense for Guilty, but there was a bit of commitment.
Yeah, exactly what Mutants just did, right? They want to reset fully. They just won that fight. Now collect yourself. You've got 3 minutes, which is a marathon in Rivals, to go ahead and make sure that you keep this thing, at the very least, get your teleport back, right, Chip? Now with Madara pushing forward on the Magneto, and yeah, listen, they've got Energy ready to ult, so you can go aggressive with that, but Velocity's going to be the first to go. Our first look at Cloak and Dagger this early final.
Yeah, it's not difficult to get value with Cloak when you're in a coordinated team like this, but she does have some counters, if they are available after the pick ban, and still able to get, some value there as SJT with that copy. The Terra Cloak, obviously, providing a lot of damage boost with your team as another commitment starts up from Ranko, a little more offensively, but on the defensive side here from Guilty, we're now going to be down at ultimates as Millennia pops the invisible boundary, and everybody is following suit, walking forward as Delena now gets one, but Stinkers is going to find a 2-piece in the off angle, and that is a massive play here from Stinkers, who's now we are going to see Delena go down. So great play there from Stinkers on that left side flank.
Get this man off Vanguard. Do you think they're going Cloak and Dagger because Vest is going to be on the AMER? Vest obviously plays a great Magneto. I don't think Spark plays a lot of Magneto though. So at that point, it's like you're trying to force someone off the hero, off the roll. I think Vest is doing too good on AMER to swap. So maybe, with Magneto not there, Cloak and Dagger just gets that much more value ship as now the end song is ready and Stinkers doesn't even need it to find 3 as earlier. Ice Phoenix, newest skin here, ready to find some more.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great call. Honestly, it is a difficult question to answer, but keep your eyes here on Madara, who's still looking to try to eat that. No, and is not able to do so. The strangling prison is massive here. Can they follow up? Yes. They can, but no picks go through up in the sky. Madara, that Meteor M now looking for the front line, does not get much value. Traded back and forth. Beautiful play there from Guilty to hold on, but still is going to be the first pick this time from Energy. And wow, I cannot believe no one goes down there, especially after it was like almost a full 6 stack, but I believe Crystals came in with huge value with that domain from the side of Velocity to keep them healthy, but the space is then taken. And now it is going to be drop back just a little bit. The boundary's forced out.
Yeah, they flopped, sides here. Yeah, that was a whole group photo, man. You got everybody together for a quick cheese and exit. I mean, that was great from them, and the survival's insane. But just like that, even though they flip sides, you're going to have Chime find the rest of them. And just like that, man, 4 minutes disappears down to 60 seconds. If your team Guilty, you pick this map, it's 1-0. This is going to be your shot to get to that upper bracket.
Yeah, they have been just as clutch here, if not more so far, with a lot more time on the table on point 2. Really well done by Guilty. There will be an alt fight advantage, just slightly. Actually, I spoke too soon. Team Guilty going to match that, so doing a great job not overcommitting in these alts as well, as we'll roughly have 3 on both sides in this next fight.
I mean, heck, if you're Mutants, you just got the entire group ult and just it's found no success to our point of, using Contra or not. That time they could have used it for sure, man, because just like that time cleans up at least 2 of them, forcing 1 more reset. They obviously have the teleported. Best is going to swap early to the Strange. They might elect to use it early because, yeah, aggression is just maximum right now for Team Guilty.
Yeah, it's getting tricky, and that's the question, is do you even stay on Strange? And it looks like they say no, that is not the case. Delena gonna find Chime, and that is a three-piece. A little bit of too much space taking there, as now it's getting walked right back, and Mutants held on to everything. Did not need to commit too much. Still able to use Spark Chief and Energy, to find a few in that fight to start it off, but ooh, it was all about potentially trying to stop Strange, and in doing so, it may have just given them enough of the space here to take this second point, but it will be all about these next 6 alts committed. Vest very close there on cap for the Freedom Charge to potentially answer, but it is going to be dicey as we'll see so much happening. Out goes the copy, out goes the Foundry, who gets more value.
Oh my goodness, and that's your question answered right there with 4 going down to the duelist just like that to spark the ignition. This is not Ignite, but Phoenix found 2. Plenty there as Cloak and Dagger go out with the Eternal Bond, and right now it's just for Mutants to clean up. They find another and another ship, and just like that, they're able to find this second point collapse in their name. Team Guilty fall down 2-0 after an incredible 4-minute defense.
Oh, they looked so good, and the idea of their team there was to stop the Strange portal, and you know, Vest actually made the change to Strange, so it was the right idea at the time, but as soon as they committed that deep, you know, you have this Rainbow Prison available on the other side, saw a window and made it happen, and that was just enough for them to keep the ball rolling, start the momentum back in their favor, and walk that puppy through. And dang, what a good set of plays again here by both sides, but Mutants up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, and they were man down, right to your point. They're yelling, now go back to cap. They're too close. They're going to cancel it. He's swapping, and then just like that, Spark Chief, you know, nails his second perfect. Strangled in prison. This time, Energy not using the boomerangs, or the crescent darts, but using the good old-fashioned Hanakanshi, who swaps back and forth allegiance-wise. 41,000 damage to the name. Energy gets it done. I love it's like, who's it going to go to, man? And then Energy and Delena, like, right here, right now, 4 picks done.
It was that fast. We were going to see the final fight. We were curious how it was going to shake out. And that question, like you said, got answered pretty quickly there right at the end with some very clean play from the side of Energy. Yeah, I mean, very back and forth. Again, these maps here, when you're running those triples, it always makes for some fun engagements, but both sides, honestly, didn't hold point 1 for nearly as long as something we would have saw on, you know, Ignite Stage 1, right? Where it was very much like a point 1 holds back to back to back. It was very consistent, but teams are starting to find solutions on how to handle these comps, man.
Yeah, and listen, man, you know as well as anybody, once it starts to slip like this, it's like kind of why you see the 3-0s common in the best of 5s. It's just, you have to have such a huge reset to be able to take that back to 3-2, right? It's just, it's tough to do. We've seen it happen. Don't get me wrong, but Mutants right now, they're feeling great. They know what they need to get. They get one more to go and have their rematch there with Doom Crew, and they've got to be, you know, ecstatic.
Backs against the walls here, and we'll see who comes out on top. But man, it's been a ton of fun to watch. I gotta be honest, I didn't expect to see as much play or value from Moon Knight. Obviously Moon Knight's incredibly strong with Groot. Groot is looking great, but you know, it's just so difficult in this elo, this level of play, to win on these trades, and both teams are running the same composition, but doing it a little bit better, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, we've got ourselves potentially the last matchup between these two teams to go right into our grand finals. We'll have to see. We're going to go ahead and reset, reload. We'll see you after this quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to our story of redemption. The upper bracket and Team Guilty falling down 2-0 to Mutants, the lower bracket runners, to get their fight against Doom Crew here in the lower bracket final shift. This has been a good couple matches to start us off.
Yeah, so back and forth. I mean, a ton of just neutral trades, and then the alt fights have been wild. I mean, there's times in both matches that I thought it could have gone either way, but now backs are against the wall, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, it's been razor thin. Either of them could have taken it. I mean, I know at times it's kind of shocking that Team Guilty didn't get the W on those maps, but hey, listen, the reverse sweep starts here, starts now. They get to pick the map once again. Spider Island will be the one that we head into, and this can be another really tough 0.1 map to take. There could be a lot of different routes of both defense, but also quick routes to get the picks and the flanks on offense. And if you look at our flankers, right, in sneakers and whatnot, it's going to be tough to get through what is the most, I would say, favorable triple Vanguard defensive lineup.
Yeah, I think exactly my point. I was going to bring up that this is another one of those maps that you can see that triple run, and you can see Moon Knight. I don't think Moon Knight plays bad here either. I think he's pretty strong at taking that height and owning that height, looking downward on some of these buildings. But, you know, if you can just really rock the defense with some hit scan after you're losing your triple fights, and, you know, maybe we see hit scan owning height and changing things up. But outside of that, I think it's going to be another just who can run 3-3 better, or maybe we'll see a strange ban out and stuff will shake up, but we'll find out shortly.
Okay, well, hey, they're already step up. They got their save in Rogue. They missed that last time. The thing being banned doesn't shock me, you know, obviously, because of what we just pointed out. This is going to be clearly played in the triple Vanguard hold. Spark Chief and Chuckles going to continue to get their well, Stickers has the Groot on right now, but they continue to have the Groot. Moon Knight is banned, so even though we did see some nice play, that is, man, you see it all here in this season 5 of Ignite. Loki bans kind of saucy too.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of aura there in the side of Energy. They're going to say that, hey, you know what? I don't want to deal with the Moon Knight right now. As Energy did have 11 finals, but I mean, Chime had 15 and 12 on Stinkers. So again, it's really not stats don't always tell the story. It's all about just making these fights valuable. And I guess, you know, you look over there and it looks like Mutants are just doing that a little more, locking in the Invis here in the Gambit. So once again, back to that Gambit battle.
Bro, we were talking about earlier, obviously, how great the strategist backline is there with Velocity, with Renko, but man, Millennia has been stepping it up. We just talked about that on break. Like, just dominates the old 100 Thieves backline, and they want Gambit. They want it locked. They have it locked. You can have Millennia on the Royal Ragin Cajun from New Orleans. The last ban is up for Mutants.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're gonna see a very more, you know, much more aggro. You know, it's funny because I was gonna say maybe we'll see Thing out there, but no, immediately first ban. So yeah, Groot, and we're gonna see Rogue obviously dominate. I think, you know, Rogue is super threatening with the Gambit, but yeah, I was wondering what the other Vanguard would be. It looks like we're gonna see some Venom action, maybe Strange off the rip, but I just don't think you run Strange early on defense. You definitely can on offense, because in these triple comps, you want to have that portal available because you want to guarantee 3 fights like we were talking about.
Yeah, and with Magneto out, it's like, okay, you could go Cloak and Dagger a bit easier, but honestly, that did not work so well. It seemed guilty there in New York. Here in Spider Islands, could be defense first for Mutants. They line up ready to go. Delina thinking about if they want to go on the Psylocke. Okay, goes over to the Star-Lord. Maybe he's just flexing the skin. Nope, he's going to go and stay the Nutcracker. Looking towards it. I like the pick. Obviously there, as we highlighted in our intro, man, you get that Royal Rage and Flush with the Legendary, and it is almost guaranteed a team wipe.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great call out. And the thought here from the side of Mutants is we're going to let Gambit get the majority of the healing, and obviously Rocket as well, who can farm out very quickly from the side of SJP. But you get that Gambit ult because you have 3 Vanguards in the front line now. Just farming that Gambit ult, you can essentially do it faster because you won't have 3 strategists to split it with. And instead, you could just constantly Rage and Royal Flush before the enemy. And the more the merrier here in a Gambit composition. And we will see what the opposition tries to do. It looks like it'll be a very similar story here, as there is only going to be 2 in the back line this time. 2-2-2 more traditional on the attack.
Yep, you know, Thing not available. So going to go to the Captain America to stall things out. It's also a great pick. A little bit of a different approach here. A bit more communication going to need to happen. But Mutants seem all that well locked in. Get things lining up. Velocity already halfway there to the aggression ult that they probably look to use. Modern going to go and come to space early as the newest Vanguard pushing forward. It's Rogue v Rogue, the Southern Brawl here going as both are just absorbing those passes, moving forward. There's the kick and the dive backwards. And I know, good offensive push through this first under the bridge moment.
And you can see 95% already from Millennia, exactly like we were talking about. Velocity's going to be there too on the offense, this time for Guilty. And there goes that Royal Flush. Will it be enough through the invisible boundary? Out goes the punch. It's the front side of Cap, who's trying to escape but cannot. Great utilization there of the force physics to keep Spark Chief back towards Chime, who does go down. And might see an early portal. Is this going to be coming through? And here goes Delena now. Starting up in the sky, is going to find 1. Do we see 2? We do, as Energy cleans that up, making it a 3-piece now on the defense as Mutants hold on here.
Yeah, 2 notes, man. First, they didn't even use the Gambit. They got that damage boost in the Rocket just as good. But secondly, man, Chime had to hit every single shot to eliminate a Steve Rogers through a Gambit ult, man. That is so tough to do. It gets it all on the backside as well through the shield. Great job there. But honestly, 2 minutes, 20 seconds left, and Millennia's already cooking back up. Rico has his ready to go. They have to win this because this is going to tell us a lot of what's about to happen.
And let the games begin as we hear Q's being popped everywhere. Sonic Seduction goes out. Energy is going to fall there as see 1 from Madara able to make that happen. The rest comes through, keeping the numbers even though, and that's a fine trade. You'll take the BRB, but using that ultimate is more of a difficult trade for the side on the offense. But Chime able to find Delena here now, keeping the pace forward. Does have that Kraken impact, which could be a huge threat here any moment if need be. Not electing to use it just yet. Up in the sky, still holding, as now Madara is going to engage heavy towards the back line. It's going to find, almost got away there, but Spark Chief is going to go down, and that's 1. Do I see 2 coming up here shortly? No. They're going to have to drop back. Using that siphon to copy up a wall and place that.
Yeah, Sparks seems to be able to get back though and stall into a strange Kelly. So I think they're going to be able to get this thing, man, all the way down to 0 in forced overtime. But they may not even need that with Millennia cleaning up the rogue in the back line, continuing to make this thing all that much more tougher. If they can get a pick here, they do. Delina finds stinkers, and wow, now they've got the Sparks Chief to go ahead and try to keep this thing contested even longer. Dude, this is not going to be easy with Delina with ult 2. Minute on the clock, Shib.
We might see the combination with Sia again with that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, amplifying that Galactic Legend in the sky. Happy Holidays coming in even more terrifying. But right now, you're going to see Sonic Seduction early from Energy, and that could be massive. It is massive. Great off-angle play there to force one pick, make it a two-piece. As now Stinkers goes down, and look, they only had to commit one. Delena is still holding that ultimate, and that's all they were looking to do. Is now 44 seconds on. They're going to keep the value up. Out goes a Kraken Impact. Not sure that was worth, as they're going to drive back and find that pick onto Chime. And not only do they lose a Q, but they lose a player. And they're going to have to wait that timeout before they start again.
And without committing anything, right, Shib? So you've got the Royal Flush ready for Millennia. They can take their pick with the SJP if they want to. Legendary around the corner. Stinkers, Ranko, they've got the same. This is going to be the lineup of, honestly, what these heroes and players are. Legends, right? The Legendary matchup now, I think is just going to go ahead. Push forward. Delena going to pop it under the ceiling and try to know his assignment, and that is Stinkers. He finds down one. That backline velocity goes down, and just like that, Stinkers to follow. This is going to be a full hold on point 1, Shib. My God.
Yeah, I mean, what an insane Sia placement, too, by the way. Huge shout out to SJP. Not sure if you saw that in the audience, but that was wild. It got everyone. I was surprised it had that kind of reach up there, but great placement with the Galactic Legend. And like you said, man, that was what drove them the victory. Being able to not overcommit and find picks in that second to last fight was literally everything. And at that point, they knew they had that combination to get value, and they got value out of it, and that was it. So what a hold there, man.
Wow, from the upper bracket down to on the ropes in the lower. And listen, you see it in teams, you see it in sports all the time. When you have an all-star in a team, it can make that second up just seem less valuable overall. And Delena has kind of lived in that shadow of Terra on 100 Thieves. And now we're able to see, 100 Thieves, you have Terra over to Navi, and we're just seeing Delena as a player, right? And man, he has gotten some great value from the Star-Lord swap over early. One of the most lethal duelists now here in America, and joined by his side, Energy. Not a bad name to have right next to you, Shib. I mean, it's been cool to see if we see these guys, join forces potentially in pro, with a pro team and partner team. So we'll have to see as the gates are about to open and Mutants, they can taste the W.
Yeah, then again, Guilty back against the wall. Can you clutch up now? And like you're saying, buddy, I'm excited to see what the rosters are going to look like. If this is a taste of what we might see, this is a very strong team. Mutants are looking very, very good, especially just in those clutch moments. And it seems like just based on their lack of overcommitment, and they're constantly just using only what they need to use, it's like they've been playing together forever. So well played here on the side of Mutants. Can Guilty do the same here on defense?
Yeah, took out a good Loon X squad as well previously. So that'd be 2 big 3-0s and 3-1s in a row. It's going to now be Chuckles under a lot of pressure early, and we're just going full momentum here. Carving up, Delena going to go over to that sidelock this time around. Wow, okay. Chuckles finds himself energy in that back.
Yeah, what a shot there by Chuckles on the left side of the engagement. And that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to cause chaos here on Mutants. Force eyes all over the place to see if they can get picks and kind of drive it away from that frontline Vanguard that is Chuckles holding, who's going to be, purpled there from the side of, from the side of Millennia. But no, they still haven't moved this point like at all. But you can see if you look backwards, those strategists are in peril, still just trying to hold on by any means necessary. And they are going to pop here. One, I believe, in terms of ultimates, just staying healthy. I thought I saw something on the floor, but no, excuse me, I did not. I was mistaken. Ranko going to find one onto Delena, and that is going to put them up a number on defense, but the rest comes right back through.
Okay, Cap and Rogue leading the front charge as the only Vanguard. Definitely an interesting strategy for the full aggression to have energy over on the Legendary. Maybe it's kind of the all-in mentality. Don't have to push it very far, so just get those ults that farm it so well. Now as Delena is farmed up with the Dance of the Butterfly, they did find themselves kind of overextended here. Tad and Velocity's going to be in this house, putting up protection, saying this is my house now, Shib. Everybody kind of fighting from the inside, invisible and all. And right now, kind of an interesting position. And oh my, blown away is Delena.
I mean, I like the placement there of the boundary. They were able to stay on the corner of the point and not allow that thing to move. That was pretty disgusting, and a great cancel there like you just saw onto Delena with that Sia. There is no strategy faults available. Sparky does have Oh, actually going to switch off of the front line with Cap and go towards Groot. So thought they were going to use that freedom charge first, but electing to not do that. I thought they might try to, you know, juice up some of those strategist ultimates with what Cap can do now in that freedom charge, but no, not going to do that. Now mutants should be down all the guilty, looking like they could do this thing.
Yeah, kind of interesting on what looked like mystery heroes in the Vanguard position, going all over the place. Could need a little bit more of that frontline presence, and nothing can be found from Energy's Happy Holidays, which is huge with the trade on vets as well. Just like that, such a great hold from Mutants, but even stronger opening from Guilty that they haven't allowed an inch, man, nor a centimeter.
Yeah, it's looking really good again, and there's some more aggressive play by Chime on the Rocket. It can be a big threat up close, especially on a Vanguard when ult's available, but not even with the ult available right now, as you see that clean play, and the whole team staying healthy. Chuckles is holding on to ult. Sparksheet doing the same. It looks like Millennia and Delena, they are changing things up. They're going to a more traditional get through the front door composition. Energy is going to be on that Storm, and Delena is going to be on the Punisher, and at this point, the changing, it's either going to be incredibly strong and work for them, or it's just a panic button.
Wow, okay, but he does find massive value in the group ult, which is going to at least get this cart moving for the first time today, unless they can't clear off these pesky Vanguards with so much to say. Nope, the 1-2, the punch. So we are going to find ourselves in an overtime situation, but Shib winning that battle with what they wanted is massive, dude, because you've got the Cat 5 coming, you've got the Millennia ult as well. Now to match it will be Renko and Chuckles. So this can go either way, but just favoring the duelist side, I feel like Mutants have what it takes.
Yeah, you got to do some serious tracking of abilities too. You're trying to run group into something like Gambit because there's those cleanse is available. So you got to keep track of hard count. Otto's in a dangerous spot. That's a huge pick there from Delena with the switch over here onto the Bucky, trying to get that all quickly, driving them backwards. The point now just meters away. 17 seconds. There's the match. Everybody going over the Raging Royal Flush, but who gets the most value? And not quite sure just yet. It looks like Chime is able to find best, but the point is scooching forward. Are they? No, they don't even touch it.
No. Dude, they went from one of the strongest first hold defenses to just letting that thing go the full distance. And I was just about to come in how well Renko did hiding as Gambit. It let Vest take the ult charge. Everybody else lost their ult because of Vest going in there with Rogue. But they forgot kind of something important in here in Rivals, man. The freaking point.
It's so difficult. You lose your focus for just a second in a fight like that. That's all it takes. And you know, the point was honestly pushed to a very awkward position. It wasn't, you know, you kind of traditionally think it's held right at the end or closer to the end, and it being right around that bend there, the final bend, I think just kind of threw the team off. Just couldn't keep the focus there for long enough, and really, really well played by Mutants.
I mean, listen, Team Guilty, they 3-0'd, 3-1'd every team in the upper bracket. Then they get 3-0'd themselves by Doom Crew, and maybe that instilled some doubt, and honestly, that doubt can creep into real fear once you kind of start going down one map, then two, and then backs against the wall. I was really thinking this was going to go at least to the 2-1. They looked like they have a resound defense. But, you know, with a minute on the clock, great shift in strategy. You have Punisher there to break through those walls a bit more, and then, you know, on over to the Bucky. So that was crazy, man. I was not expecting a 3-0 to open this thing up in the lowers.
Yeah, it's funny. We talk about sometimes when you see them switching heroes very, very frequently, they're panicking potentially, or they're really finding something out. And in this case, they just figured it out. Like you said, they switched to that Punisher. They used one final judgment. It was all it took for them to walk forward with that Strangling Prison, get their first set of picks, and then it just kept moving from then on out. They just could not find that hold where they had it right at the beginning. So really, really good attack and way to figure it out.
Well, we do get our story redemption. It was going to happen either way, but what I think is fascinating is if it was Team Guilty that moved forward, we just saw that matchup. It was 3-0, right? That was just the last day we were on. However, Doom Crew and Mutants, they haven't played in a while. It's been a few matchups, I think 3 or 4, and it was 3-1 going over to the side of Doom Crew. So, you know, a lot maybe has changed with that lower momentum going through the bracket. The teams figured out their synergy. Chip, we've talked about it, these players are kind of more new together, and so the more games you play at a high level, going to get you, you know, iron sharpens iron as we've continued to see. So that piques my interest.
Yeah, and there's just so much to it. We talk about, you know, comms being important when you have time with your, you know, friends or those you've been playing with, right? Like with your team. And, you know, like you said, these folks have been playing against each other on various teams and ladder all the time. So you start to understand how everyone plays, but it's very different when you're in a high stakes situation like this, when the bans are taking a huge impact. When, hey, sometimes I guess you don't even need to lock in any heroes and still get a win just out of pure confidence. But, you know, it's really just dependent on who shows up. And I'll tell you what, they definitely showed up there.
Yeah, and looking at it, talk about just being together for a long time. A lot of the teams that haven't shaken, well, Nemesis, or old team Nemesis, they've stuck together. That is what the Doom crew is. You know, they're mostly from that old team of Nemesis who, funny enough, they haven't made those lands, but they've always been a team to fear and always can kind of hold their own against some of the best that are in America. So you have that sprinkled in with a couple new strategists. I think you got Forky Dog in there from Rad days or even Solars, depending how long you've been following. So it'll be fun, man, to put these two teams up to the test, and we got our grand final set.
Yeah, and you got Cooper Tasic, who's even on Fly, right, with some of the players that are going to be on Mutant. So there's just a lot of back and forth, maybe a little bit of rivalry, but looking forward to seeing that final matchup coming up here right after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the god of thunder!
morning, spiders. Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
on the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone. "2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hello and welcome back. We are back from that short break, Shib, and we are here in the grand finals. We find ourselves for the MRC in America, man. You feeling ready?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. After I saw that timer, I knew I was going to get cooked in the chat. But it is what it is, brother, as we are heading into the finals. Best of 7 now, no longer best of 5. We've got Mutants and Doom Crew. Both teams on paper are insane. A ton of names that you've grown to know and love. Man, I'm looking forward to this thing.
Yeah, man, setting the stage for what is going to be a great grand finals, best of 7. And again, Doom Crew has been flying through that upper bracket. They sent, Team Guilty down there, and Mutants really held up to the test. 3-0'd them, and they're just hot off the lower bracket run. And that's what you like to see whenever you look at these two teams going head-to-head. Now, again, Doom Crew did beat Mutants way back when, 3-1. It's a new Mutants, though, for them to tackle as we find ourselves going right into this thing, man. Hell's heaven. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah, the ban's off the rip. Goodbye to Daredevil, which honestly, I was surprised to not see as much in the last series. But yeah, Daredevil removed. Another lock in here. You know, I gotta say, I'm surprised with the amount of locks of Rogue. I think she's in a good spot. I was surprised to see she's in this good of a spot. And then Wolverine as well to be an answer to some of these Vanguards.
Yeah, coming a lot from that one true team of mutants. One in that Rogue for Vest. We saw what he was able to do time and time again. Was such a Magneto lover, and now has gone over to the other X-Men Vanguard. Looking at this save, we have Wolverine from Doom Crew. Days is sure going to play him. He's been playing Wolverine for a very long time since we've been casting, and the Gambit's going to get the ban, so no Gambit play to open things up in Domination.
Yeah, and you see a lock in here of Phoenix, another one of those very strong hit scan duelists that is a threat to things like Rocket if they want to run Rocket, any of that equipment, obviously Groot walls, but Groot being removed again. Like you said, a very strong Vanguard in the current meta. I'm not sure what the lock-in is next. You know, Gambit being taken out, they don't need to worry too much about Loki, but I do think Loki, even despite of that, it's in a good spot. It looks like the lock is going to be Mantis, so that damage boost composition, maybe even running triple here.
With Jean Grey with the save, you're going to give most likely that to Melophobia in the hands of Doom Crew, and Energy or Delena can play plenty of Phoenix, so we'll see who takes that role under their belt. Last band going to go up, and you know, expect definitely a clash here. I don't see any sweeps happening in the grand finals, most likely, even though we weren't expecting the 3-0 down below. Last band going to be going to Doom Crew as they assess what mutants have done. They go with the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, the Warlock removal, that is going to be, you know, just in the threat of having that triple back line. It could be a big threat, but, you know, Loki is available here with that damage boost composition, so I have no doubt we could see the Mantis Loki if they wanted to run that route. Yep, and we are at least seeing it so far on the bottom side for the Mutants. Mutants coming off hot here from the last series, too. Looked really good. 3-0, like you said, a little bit of a shock. I don't expect to see that. Also, like you had mentioned, in this series, best of 7, teams are going to be downloading each other and understanding where the big problems are and trying to take that out in the future. Where's your money at for the first game, buddy?
Yeah, man, it's a tough one. You know, do you take with the team that's been on top or the mutant train that's hard to stop? I'm going to go with Mutants, man. I think for game number 1, they're going to kind of pick up where they left off. Doom Crew's got to shake off a little bit of rust in terms of the upper brackets. We'll see if Mutants can carry this thing on, but, you know, with what they have so far and locking in, Energy, Melophobia, big kind of hit scan duel off is going to be a big difference maker, man. That's one of my keys to watch.
Yeah, and you got to shut out. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Mutants too, just because they're hot. I have no doubt we're going to see a map 3, and I don't know what it's going to look like after this. I'm excited to see what Doom Crew can look like here off the rip. I know they're an incredibly strong team. But yeah, I'm going to go Mutants. I'm going to stay with the team that's, you know, looked so good today and see if they can keep that up as we start off with our first fight. No portal kidnap off the rip like we saw in the past. The strategy that, you know, it just gets brought out by surprise at random. It seemingly always works here as Days takes the high side above their spawn.
Yeah, it was definitely more of the aggression team and Guilty, and they ended up, you know, getting the W there. But another team that 3-0'd them was this Doom Crew, and right away, Days going to get slept there. Beautiful to open things up for Delena now as they're going to go ahead and get that rage meter filled up, slicing, dicing. No time wasted as Vest is going to go down quickly to Logan.
Surprised at that turnaround there as Cooper Tastic is able to find Spark Chief early on. Now Doom Crew going to be able to get this point really quickly, and another pick there from Melophobia onto Energy. Team's going to have to reset here for the side of Mutants, and we may have cursed them with our deaths off the rip here, buddy. I am 100% with you though, but that was a great start here for Doom.
Classic, man. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, Supertastic is just it can be such a huge anchor for teams, and just such a great person in the strategist position, able to really just get so much more than just the healing. Loki in a much better spot as well with, you know, some buffs to that clone love. And so taking a look at SJP is going to have his task, you know, heavy task at hand, trying to match that output, but trying to now get things changed. Hey, look, a little callback to Ignite back in the day. Millennia playing the Shark once again.
Yeah. Talking about Loki having a great skill expression, really high skill ceiling, one of those heroes that can do a ton if you know what you're doing. And there's that low ceiling play here early on, as Melophobia is able to find one onto Millennia, just as you're talking about that jet. That's another piece there as Energy goes down. It's 2, make it 3 as Craze finds Selena. And Doom Crew is staying on top without overcommitting too much. Once again, Cooper Tastic did have to use that copy up though, and Melophobia committing in that ult as well. They still have the answer with the invisible boundary. And you're going to get close to having that freedom charge from Craze, which is going to be a nice answer to some of these ults that we'll see from Mutants in this next fight.
Yeah, kind of where you want to be if you are 70% on the point, you know, and climbing. You're able just to stall so much. Kraz is about to be an 87 2-man. So this is going to be a tough task for Mutants, not only to win this point back, not to overcommit and have what they have here, but taking a look, Dave's going to once again try to get best. Does miss the kidnap. It's going to allow the rotation. Spark keeps going in early. Slash dash, a lot of pressure going on to Spark now as Dave is slicing, dicing. There's the undefeatable Risen from Delina and match Emma for Emma. Oh, Delina going down first is tough. Look at Mello just popping off.
Melophobia is getting so many picks in these fights. That's like 3 neutrals in a row of picks and then getting more after the fact. Corky Dog able to find one too. And are we going to see an 100-0 here early on from Doom? And they're looking so strong. I don't doubt that we could. There goes, I thought we heard the Freedom Charge. That time was on the side of Spark. She's matched right back now by Craze on point. And going to dance around those strategists, try to get them their ult charge quicker. That is a new advantage here to running Cap. That can keep those strategists churning. Energy goes in the low ceiling once more, lands down quickly, and they're able to clean up one. It's Super Tastic now goes down. Out goes another, this time from Daze. He's going to find a 2-piece on the back line, which is massive. Even in the copy vest, he's going to find Daze and Energy now on Melophobia, trading it back. And it looks like they might be able to retake this point, but Doom Crew, 99%. It's a one-fight game for them.
Yeah, that pick on Cooper was huge, right? Because he's going to be able to sustain that even longer and possibly give them the fight. So drops energy there, getting that find. But yeah, man, they've got a tall task ahead of them, right? They used just about everything, actually everything to get that fight. Maybe Millennia can get a lunch snack of a lifetime here as Jeff. But take a look, you know, at least they didn't get 100-0. Going to keep that confidence meter up and the cast and curse aside. Doom Crew looking pretty good so far now. And listen, they have a couple ways they can approach this with what they have in the tank.
Yeah, they do have copy available if they want to launch early. It's all about, you know, deciding on that commitment. Millennia is going to be close here to the Itch Jet, which can be a problem to that back line, and I think that's the idea with this triple comp. Damage boost is going to be out inside of all of those. Forky's able to find one on the vest, and that's a huge dart down. Goes a Vanguard for Mutants. Make that a strategist, two, make it 2 strategists. That's Forky, Craze, and Melophobia now are going to find more, and Doom Crew coming right back in hot off those picks and able to sweep quickly, 99% now, and climbing his OT now is ticking down, and that should do it here on the first point.
Well, pretty brutal, man, because if you're Mutants, you at least want that fight to like last a bit, right? Because you have to get all that resource you just used to get the point. And so with Doom Crew just cleaning up the old-fashioned way, how do you want to start after 3-0 the opposition in the lowers? Frozen Airfield going to go to the hands of Doom Crew. Mutants look to potentially readjust. We're in the eyes of Doom right now, but shit, we got Vest going over to Emma. That's our first readjustment. You can see what else they're going to change here shortly. I think Daze in that pressure of Wolverine is something they didn't have to face in the lower that they have to look at now against Doom.
30 seconds.
And now you get into the threatening maps where there is off-map potential as we progress forward here, which makes Daze even more of a threat, but also makes Emma a threat here. Scatter and Vest going to be on that Emma available. There's going to be Sonic Seduction right for Scatter off the rip, and it's Jeff from Millennia. Both going to be likely fight starters here. Millennia could make a big play there if, you know, you got to be a little more aggro with Jeff now to put that healing circle down, but we'll see what comes out on top as we have 3 seconds in the next fight. Doom Crew trying to start off hot here.
All right, out the gates, they open up, and this is our lovely map where, you know, Jeff's going to get way more value. In fact, eyes on Millennia here as he might get a snack off the edge right off the rip. Not a lot of Angela play, by the way, between these two teams, and typically at least we see the one-wing Angel make the appearance here, but right now with what the comps there had, I think I like what they're trying to roll with instead. It's going to be Vest with the immediate pressure, and both strategists up on the top line as well. Meet the whole team, but solidified the pick on Forky in the back.
Yeah, that's a huge neutral pick there. Just kind of answer your question. I'm agreeing with you on the. I'm surprised about the Angela. Just that I guess the invis is at this level are just such a threat for Angela. It makes it tricky unless you ban that out. But I'm surprised as well. Energy on the high side here does have, you know, it's available. Likely to not be too aggro yet as the point's already there. Space is already bought. Do not need to overcommit right now and just try to find more. You can force a stagger out on the high side. Cannot. Dunking in quickly. Spark Chief just keeping that space. Does also have freedom charges. Everybody has ult at this point, essentially. Only a couple off, but they will get him in this fight. Now we see who comes out on top of this ult fight. Energy looking like he's planning on starting this early. Goodbye to those clones. It's going to find one out of Forky, and that's a massive pick there. And Forky did have ult available. There goes a few more. Out we go with the Soul Resurgence from Valletta. There goes the Sonic Seduction from both Scatter and Vest. Melophobia hits this guy. Took a Tastic copies up now. Is going to do the same thing with a Resurgence. Dave goes off map, but looks like he's able to take one with him, and there is going to be a pick there. At this point, it's just about stalling point. Mutants now getting their 40% on, and that's looking good as Vest now is going to find Craze, and that should be enough for them to keep this going, still up in numbers.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we saw this with Team Guilty just a second ago. You know, Mutants kind of looked slow out the gate, but then warmed up down the stretch. And we're seeing that once again. Spark Chief has the ultimate sustain as well, right? So they also have what they need in forms of the defensive front. Things changing on the side of Doom Crew, not much. They're going to go ahead and take, once again, this upper route. Melophobia was really just getting the picks early on that first map. Shiv, that was the difference. Not able to really make a difference, but Delena now kind of coming into form as that Mantis.
No, I think that's a great call out. I think that's exactly what it was. Melophobia had 3 straight initial neutral picks, and that will win you these fights at this level of play. You cannot be down a number. And that's why you'll see teams, once they lose folks early on in some of these dominations, select to drop back and reset so they don't waste more time. The dive goes out from Days. There's a little bit of a bunny hop there. Does have ult available. This could be a huge last stand. Waiting potentially for the team to push up just a little more, trying to find an off map, but it's all about stalling now, and Mutants are doing just that, 90%. Looking like Doom Crew on map 1, switching it right back at them, and there's going to be a tackle potentially off map, but no, the flight will bring energy right back onto the field. Now going to ult up to just avoid Days here, who still does have that last stand available, but at this point, 99 now officially, and overtime is ticking.
Yeah, wasted aura points there. It's always tough in like a quick second to decide who to kidnap, and Phoenix is not the best, right? Because the quick fly out has to abandon early, but there it is. Quick pushover, gonna give some food over to Days. He chooses to go into the point. Slap dash, Rage on full, Berserker Rage is ready. We'll see if he goes to the up-down slam. Did get buffed recently to target walls, which is much better than you might think. Phoenix up in the air, and Song landing down to clear. Does get itself a Delena and Vest. And there we go. Once again, no team gonna get 99-0 there. Chip.
Yeah, it's, you know, teams back against the wall. They always clutch up, and there's a pick there on a Millennia. He's trying to off-map potentially in that moment. Doesn't look, no, actually did not have ult, so it's more so just trying to reset with the team, and you'll see that a lot at this level of play. When you are down in numbers, might as well get there at the spawn together, come back as a unit, and use some of these ultimates. Scatter going to have ult available. Craze as well, Millennia, and SJP. So there are some answers for Mutants. Typically, strategist line ultimates can be a problem in these fights, especially when you have both available. SJP is going to immediately copy off and start the resurgence, start walking them forward. Here comes the battle. Who's doing the first pick? Energy going to find Scatter, and that is huge. As Scatter did just click the ultimate button, it's going to switch immediately to Strange to get back to the point.
Yeah, so Kraz is going to go ahead and use that Steve Rogers ult as well. So they kind of getting what they want and winning in the neutral as well. Energy is just kind of putting on the Melophobia to show that we saw map 1. Portal's going to open. That's going to now get Scatter into this thing. Hops quickly out. Craze going in, but right now just trying to stall what they can. It is absolutely Team Mutants just starting off kind of where they did last time and getting that heat rolling.
Yeah, good aggro play there by Millennia to find a 2-piece now, and that should be it for map 2. It is tying it up and heading to map 3 like we called out, buddy. It is going to be a battle here, and this gets me excited for what this finals could look like. Remember, folks, best of 7. We're at game 1, 1-1. Finding out shortly who will take this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is what you're looking to do after that first bit. And with this as the last map, this is truly the sightlines map out of these 3, right? So Melophobia, this is where you want to try to get those picks yet again. And then, dude, that just opens up the room for Days to go more aggro, try to get those kidnaps, get the tanks out. And that's was the key, right? They were able to get Vest out of there quickly and roll from there. Adjustments-wise, I think it's just it really nothing team comp-wise, just what Delena was able to do, a bit more of an impact as well, and have that uptime on the strategist. But here we go, man. Gates opening. Good match 1 between these 2 in the grand final.
Yeah, I'm loving this so far. Ult advantage going to be there for Mutants in this next fight with 2 available off the rip. But look, Red Doom Crew, they will be there with Cooper and Melophobia very quickly after that. So it's all about, can they make something happen fast, or they elect to play a little slower and try to even things out. And this fight will begin very shortly here. No portal play to start things off. The portal was used for Doom there. Mutants still have theirs, I believe. But it doesn't matter. There's that 3-minute cooldown. Always keep that in mind. Spark Chief. And take an off angle, head towards Cooper, try to force out crystals. That's the goal always when going against that Loki.
Absolutely, good call out there. Just these key cooldowns. We continue to see Forky down. Can go down to Millennia. Days the swap up, but man, Millennia just farming with the water gun and another with the bubble beam, dude. That's just going down with the strategist getting it done.
Yep, the baby land shark can be a menace, and that is a quad there for Millennia playing lights out on the Jeff. Switching to the opposition side and attacking from an off angle, really forcing eyes to look in a different place. And when you have a shield and you have to turn around backwards, that's a tough look. So good strategy and good play there for those early picks from Millennia getting that point for him.
And hats off too, because man, Jeff is kind of tamed down a bit, right? I mean, at least personally, it's like way less than what we saw even from when Ignite kind of really rose the stock of the baby land shark. But Millennium making him look like an all-the-meta pick. But it's going to be Kraz that's just beating the every life out of him with that shield now, trying to get that pressure on him, and good rotation of the team, doing exactly what he needs to as that kind of distraction.
Those who's duking it out there is cracking me up, both of which have a ton of survivability and just movement and just battling with each other. And the baby land shark comes out on top as Grace is forced to reset here, but already almost has that freedom charge available. Smart Chief did commit ultimate during that fight while still holding point. 44% and counting here for Mutants. It's all about this final map here, folks. This is where everything is on the line, at least for the setting the pace here in this finals. Another freedom charge is available for Craze if he decides to elect to not use it. Instead, out goes that invisible boundary from Forky. Everybody just playing on that right now. The slow of that shield is threatening as can be. Down goes the end song. That does not seem to land for enough value, but does get rid of some of those clones.
Yeah, Dylan feeling all the more comfortable kind of playing outside of that invisible boundary and throwing in as much as he can. Millennia does have that ult that he can use if he chooses to do so to try to continue this thing going. But right now, it is just Mutants that have kept this thing up 77%, almost a cap from Doom Crew. There's the up and down. The Berserker Rage is going to find no success from Days once again. And there's the quick elim from Cooper, though. It takes SKP out of this, and that's going to give, I think, the Doom Crew to maybe get this out. Millennia does find himself a snack, but it's tough to get out of there.
Yeah, it's just, you know, if there's any indication what we've seen in the last few matches, it's going to get to 99 and then they're finally going to cap it. It's going to be a battle. But instead, it gets to 96. The portal comes through. Trying to stop them from taking that point was the idea there, but instead, it is just going to force a little bit of a longer stagger. Very unfortunate, but the idea was there, and you'll see that a lot as you're climbing ladder towards the top. Sometimes it's worth getting that portal through quickly just to try to stall the point and see if you can, they just essentially used everything in their whole kit in terms of ultimates to try to take advantage of that, but instead, it did not work out, and now Melophobia will have that end song Infernal available there for Doom Crew.
Alrighty, so now looking, what they have, Ultra County-wise, you have the end song to go into it. Spark Chief can either use it on the advantage to get the ults up quicker, or try to get that sustain rolling for what they roll into. And now it's not just Kraz and the eyes on him constantly of this distraction of Wolfman the entire time. Now going to the backside, there's going to be the Imtong landing down, finding himself an SJP. That's going to give themselves plenty of time, and they've got to win these fights, not using all too much. It is a good start.
Yeah, the idea for Mutants now is essentially to try to build ultimates to come back in for one big ult fight, but Energy and Melophobia commit ults there, and Melophobia comes out on top. Out goes another answer here, this time from Delena, but what a turn there from Energy to find Melophobia. Now they're up a number. Out goes the invisible boundary here from Forky to try to keep the team healthy and dancing on point. It's about halfway capped here from Mutants now, trying to take this into OT and stop this point percentage from going up. Nobody goes down, even through the Sonic Seduction from Scatter, and everybody's still maintaining presence on point, back and forth. The first pick is going to be everything, and Energy is going to find Cooper Tastic towards the back line. Out goes another freedom charge. We see some more commitment this time. Do we see SJP copy up? Best is going to start with the Psionic and find one, and again, Mutants are up a number. Will they be able to capitalize? Can they take this? They get another as Millennia finds Days, and that should do it, at least on the retake. We'll see if they're able to come back and make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's the battle of genes too, and just being able to get that early poke and pressure, and then you eliminate all that damage, and wow, just like that, Doom Crew loses map one. You know, I want to say Mutants won it, but Doom Crew getting up there on the first map, it kind of feels like they let it slip out of their hands. So it's going to be Mutants hot off that lower bracket, and hey man, Cassie Curse, avoid.
Yeah, and another thing to just kind of note there is why it didn't go to OT. They actually stopped the cap at 96%. If they stopped it at 97 or above, OT would have been guaranteed despite if someone touched. So the fact that they stopped it there is kind of a blessing in disguise for them, because there's no chance for them to get back and be able to make that touch happen from the OT ticking down. So kind of lucky, kind of, serendipitous there, as looks like Mutants take map one.
Yeah, good call out there, man. And honestly, I just got to give it to the team comp. I think Days in the Wolverine was working for sure in that first map. It's just kind of, it didn't feel like it had really the wolf space that you don't have in those last two maps kind of showed. And so we'll see if Days ends up swapping that out. I don't think Mutants are going to go the ban way on it. But yeah, great job from them just locking it up, and guys just playing near perfect Energy too, just getting the best of the rest of those. Melophobia, he popped up 20, but it's going to be the 25,000 damage up from Energy that we've come to know.
Yeah, Milford absolutely popping off. But shout out quickly to Millennia too on that Jeff. We saw how many picks that he got on that Jeff, and that is just, that's all you're looking for. If your backline can stay healthy and find value like that, that is everything right now in this meta, especially when you're running that triple comp. So well done there.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, listen, again, these two teams, they've played before, and it was 3-1 going to Doom Crew. So Mutants, you've already kind of matched what you've done. Now, I don't know what order of sequence they got that first win in, if it was reverse, whatever, right? But I do know that they are at least able to get on the board where they ended last time. That's going to give you plenty of confidence going in. And if you look at the difference there for you, what was the standout? Because I don't know if we're going to continue to see the Mantis Delina thing going on, but maybe they ban it.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. I think the triple strat kind of works for them. That's something that we've seen, at least those players have a lot of success with in the past. Like, granted, it's a totally new team now with new teammates, so it's tough to kind of relate to what we've seen from Ignite from previous tournaments. But either way, they run that comp well. They love the Jeff. They love the Mantis. So I think now you change some stuff up. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I think they are going to go with a different look. And again, it's nice to throw when you're pro play and you have this much flexibility. It's good to throw a bunch of different looks so they can adjust right off the bat. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're watching these games pretty much live with you guys, and I love to see it. We're going to take a quick break and then get back to map number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before saving all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We're in map number 2 between Doom Crew and Mutants here in America for the Season 5 MRC ship. And man, what was the big day? Because Doom Crew looked like they were starting out pretty hot.
Yeah, they started out great. I think it was the neutral picks. Like, they just couldn't bounce back from that. I would think we saw Melophobia get 3 straight neutral picks before every fight, and at that point, down a number, you just kind of lose, and especially if you're full committing and not resetting. And yeah, they just couldn't change it. And then map 2, that was the exact opposite. They started using alts properly, and Mutants just kept starting to roll them, and then it was a battle after the beginning 99%. It's just so back and forth. It seems like these teams wake up once they're in the danger zone and come back in heavy. So crazy start, man.
Yeah, that's why Mantis gets banned a lot, right? Because, you know, Melophobia, he was doing work without the boost, but when you have the boost, it's like that much more threatening, and you get the sparks going, and then you know, there goes the Olymp beat starts flying. But listen, I've got to say, it's such a cool thing to look at the early start of 2026 in the esports scene right here. Obviously, we're bound to get a good amount of changes, is my guess, here in the coming week as we look at Deadpool in season 6, you know. But it's cool to see even what the meta has kind of shifted into and what year 2 of Rivals is going to truly bring, because I feel like the time is, yeah, essentially right now.
Yeah, the beauty of this game is how frequently patches come through, right? Patches are massive, new heroes are insane, and, you know, like you said, we've got Deadpool coming up here in just, you know, a few days, essentially, the new season, right? Coming up, I believe, on the 16th. So that's just crazy to say out loud. I'm stoked to see what he can do. But yeah, man, constantly changing patches, really, like we have said in the past, it's about the teams that can adapt. It's not really about the teams that have somebody that's good on one specific hero.
Yeah, I mean, they've teased Deadpool as a duelist, a Vanguard strategist, a map. I don't know.
In a map, yeah.
Yeah, dude, what if we don't even get him? He's just a map in the game. That's wild. But yeah, man, listen, I think that no matter what, this has been quote unquote the off season for the pro scene, and so we had, which is a good off season to have, with just the chaos that has been season 5, right, in a lot of different ways. And so we're seeing things kind of sharpen up a bit more here towards the end of it, and again, what we get in season 6. But right now, season 5.5 for the Rogue as the newest with Gambit. It's been a lot of fun to see it all come together, and I'm guessing we don't get more Gambit, or we don't get any more Gambit on map 2, and I think Mantis may not make it as well.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. I think these teams understand the power of Gambit. Again, if they do let Gambit through, they think they can run the comp a little bit better. It's whether they think they have a better Star-Lord combination or whatever the case may be. That is what you need to understand in this current meta. It is a must play if it's on either side, especially here in the finals. So I'd agree with you. I think he's probably gone every game.
And for me, man, I've got to say, and you know, I would say the team ups in 5.5 were less impactful. Me and you actually were just talking about the team up with Luna. It's like Luna is also struggling compared to the other strategists, so you're not seeing it as much. But I always think the team ups are always like a welcome change into the season, can really lift up maybe, you know, some play and heroes that you may not see as much. But either way, right now it has been a good gauntlet from what Mutants has done. We actually, if you're watching the whole time in a few hours, you haven't seen Mutant lose today, so we'll see if that changes right here, right now, and if they shift things up here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what is changed, buddy. I mean, again, it's going to go down to this ban phase. I think both teams were pretty evenly matched. It was really coming down to those final fight teleport plays and just consistency of neutral picks. That was it. I mean, both teams had shining moments and bringing it to 90% roughly each time, besides they're on map 3. So not sure what needs to be changed, but as long as you're trying new stuff, that can be it. It could just be a map difference too. Domination is known for being a little finicky as well. There's a lot of different answers. So we'll see what it looks like in map 2.
Yeah, and opposed to Ignite, where, you know, teams are picking the maps and it has to be different modes. We've seen back-to-back dominations, and we're actually going to be getting that again. We'll be looking at Wakanda. So 2 dominations right away. Production, great job bringing us into this thing as we take our eyes into the ban phase, and Thing going to get banned out first and foremost. Again, tip of the cap to Spark Chief and what he was doing earlier against Team Guilty. Daredevil not making his appearance either today, or at least right now.
Yeah, you are correct there. Goodbye to the Thing, which, you know, is a first banned Thing. Almost, you know, like every other map, it seems like. Locking in here on that Wolverine. Same story for Days, who's a very, very strong Wolverine. And yeah, goodbye to our lawyer, who hasn't gotten any play as well. But Gambit's still sneaking through, at least so far.
Yeah, for sure. And they want to stick with, there's the Mantis ban. I had a feeling that was going to happen after. Again, you got to look at like what really lost us that game. And I think that was the identifier for them. Wolverine going to make it through. So, you know, again, Days we've seen Shib, you know, play a fair amount. And he likes to play that Wolverine a good amount. Like in most of the, it doesn't really matter the meta, he flourishes. And then obviously you do have Phoenix with Mello. So you already have that team up that, you know, used to be talked about all the time. Heck, it was crazy. Now a little bit more tamed down. And then we got the Groot save, which this was kind of happening. Team Guilty was saving the Groot, and Mutant's fine with that.
Yeah, and the Gambit is saved as well. So it is going to be a Gambit v Gambit matchup here. They're going to test each other out a little bit here as we head to Burn into T'Challa to see who's got that composition down a little bit more pat. So not quite sure what the duelist combination will be, but that's also very important in that move. Okay, goodbye to the Strange. No more portal backs. I don't hate this ban.
I always love the Strange ban because it's like, you know what? We don't need the portal back. Let's just figure it out on the battlefield, and whoever wins it right then wins it. And obviously there's heroes like even now with Angela and Cap before. You can get back to that point pretty quickly, but man, the portal truly changes not only, you know, us on the viewer side, but just like how you approach the last bit matchups and the aggression of these teams.
Yeah, I think there are teams that excel on portal retakes too, right? Like there are teams that just kind of get it, and they just do it a little bit cleaner. It's whether it's, you know, a set play or how they understand how to position the portal with their strategists looking through and not committing until a Vanguard can buy enough time. There's a lot of finesse and nuance to portals that, you know, you maybe don't see, as you kind of just think of it as, oh, we just all retake immediately, but there's a lot to it. So removing that takes that all completely out of the way, and Mutants right now are electing to run triple Vanguard. At least that's what they're showing into Days' Wolverine, which I'm not quite sure how I feel about it yet. I got to see what it looks like here.
Absolutely. Once again, Team Up is live for that Wolverine, and we do have the Gambit's out to play. Cooper Tastic. This is actually my first time watching him play Gambit, so I'm excited because obviously with how lethal he's been on all the other strategists, can't wait to see him with the chaos that unfolds here. And we have a nice little free shot frame, just getting a good look at all the heroes, making sure these gates, Wakanda's tech is not working, man. They need these doors to open up. Who's running this, man?
You see the moonwalk there a little bit for Star-Lord. Going to show you some love that Star-Lord, you know, he spent a lot of time in space. He understands a thing or two about the moonwalk. But yeah, I think the Star-Lord pick is just going to be on the back of Gambit. That combination, we talked about it right before this, is so strong. So they think they can do a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, listen, hey, they have Vibranium over there. They're advanced in tech in a lot of ways, but sometimes doors, good old-fashioned doors, just don't open, man. So we're going to get those working for you. But yeah, I agree, man. We saw Mutants kind of flux to just about everything when they were going against Guilty, and that's when they were on top 2-0. So I think, you know, you do see teams kind of, they have these plays, right? And they know where to kind of lean to when things are going well, and if they're up, and then kind of like emergency rosters or plays. For Mutants, it kind of feels like it's very dependent on not only map, but Delina's skill set can kind of go a wide variety, and we've been seeing that from them as well.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility in these teams, not only in their hero picks, but in their compositions, right? Like, they, you know, we talk about triple strat being very strong. I would argue triple strat's pretty much only played when there's two Vanguards because you're sharing a lot of healing. So you know, that's something that in ladder it gets kind of pushed to the wayside, and people don't quite understand that. When you're running triple, you really need two Vanguards if you want to get the most value out of it, or it could, you know, fall flat on its face. But
it's a good point, man. A lot of people don't understand why the Vanguards are so important and why you even see triple Vanguards, because it's just all that health pool being healed up gets your Gambit ult so quickly. And then it kind of just goes from there, right? So even though 2-2-2 is very good traditionally, even with the 3 or having those 2 at a bare minimum is so important. And heck, man, why playing the tree is good too. You get that extra bit of health as well.
That's it. And we might see, I believe Groot got through the ban phase. So Groot's likely going to be run at least by one team. So far, I'm not quite sure if it's going to be matched, but we've seen the presence of Groot. I think Groot does a good job, just for those maybe in the audience who are curious of how to counter triple, right? He does a good job of pulling invis out of that boundary. And that's the goal with Groot. When you see invisible boundary, try to land that Strangling Prison right outside the back of the boundary and pull her out. And then your team focuses that, and that's an immediate cancel. Stuff like that is how you push through. So we might see some of that in this matchup here.
The doors are working, the mechanics are good, and to your point, Groot is going to be played by the team that saved him in Doom Crew now. So I'll keep going right to the point. Running as that Steve Rogers, the first Avenger. Gonna go and do the dive attack with Star-Lord and see who's feeling up top. Day's gonna go and try to get a kidnap right up the rip, but just in back, it's gonna be Vest that throws Wolverine on the ground.
And here we go again off the rip here on the high side. Supertastic gonna own this with Invis. Gonna keep their eyes locked forward here. Point is kind of dancing right now, breaking that structure in the middle, so that natural cover pops up. Melophobia again is gonna find an early pick, doing this so consistently now. So strong in this neutral.
Yeah, this can be important for them to keep their eyes on Melo up there, and that's what they did so well last time, at least after map 1. But right now, I don't know what it is about Melo on the first bit of domination, but he is lights out. And again, this opens the door for Day to do his thing. They have the distraction going on, so someone's got to lock in the role of getting rid of Melo, or at least putting that pressure on him. And you think that's going to be Spark Chief. Spark Chief, though, going to be down and out into the spawner.
And here we go again. Supertastic holding this line of sight. Going to force them into this hallway. This is a great defensible position here. Does have ult available already. Supertastic going to launch that, and out they go. Full commitment as a team. Daze is going to find one onto Energy, and that is going to be a nice start now. Melophobia finding Delena, and there's a third. Make it 4 and 5 as everyone goes down now. Daze looking really strong on that Wolverine, but that's just the power of that Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, only one team said see ya, and it was not Mutants. I mean, even though they got that out there, SJP tried to keep the team alive, but it was not enough. Energy going down quickly with it, too. So, really good start for Doom Crew. And you're right, man. This is one of those maps you can just push in so much. The defensive position here in Wakanda is so good to go and try to get them kind of their backs against the wall. Energy really now trying to punish what has been really extending up Doom Crew. I mean, I was talking about just that one hallway, but they're all the way into their spawn at this point.
Shove back heavy here. 61% on here for Doom Crew, doing a good job owning this first map once again. Will there be a bounce back here from Mutants? Millennia now going to start off with the Raging Royal Flush. Everybody goes in. Invisible boundary from Porky Dog. Try to cancel it. Delena going to commit here. The big Galactic Legend, and they're going to try to land all of this at once to force a ton of damage, but nobody goes down here for Doom Crew. Are you kidding me? Through all of that, that is so much value. Vest is able to find one. Make it 2 now as Millennia takes out Melophobia. Praise, though, is going to take out Delena, and that should be another pick here, but at this point, 86% and a really good job on holding on. Are you kidding? They're still maintaining position here as Scatterfunds and others.
Dude, the tree went down behind those walls with no health, came back with half the bar, and then it was just him and Scatter that turned it on Vest. That was a huge job by them. And I don't know about you, but anytime that Royal Flush does not get multiple KOs, it is just spelling doom from the start. Now it's going to be able to have Cooper-tastic lap once again. Millennia is now 60% away, so this is all Doom Crew right now, just feeding off of Mutant.
I couldn't agree more. There was so much commitment in that fight from Mutants to still lose the fight, and that's just a testament to communication. Delena is going to now be playing that Wolverine as well. Finds Craze Mang, and here's some commitment from Day towards the backline. Could be Max. It is, as Vest and Spark Chief go down. 2 Vanguards immediately make that 4 as everyone else falls, and wow, there is no portal back. Remember that, folks. SJP trying to hold on, and that will not do it. That's going to be an 100-0 here.
Yeah, we didn't get any of those the first Dom, and hey, Mutants were like, no Doctor Strange. Doom Crew says, okay, no problem with us. They didn't get the chance to touch from it, and man, that was a dominant performance. Even if you just look at the ults of Gambits, right? Cooper with 2 and then some. He's about to lap Millennia here. Millennia at 81, Cooper at 56. So this is his 3rd time around the sun. I mean, that's crazy and really speaks to the story. I thought Vest was going to get that pick and at least get some point going, but hats off to the strategists finding the position to keep their vanguards up, and they got the pick.
Yeah, it's another benefit to Groot right now is just being a large body that kind of absorbs a lot of damage, but absorbing a lot of damage like that gives your backline that ult charge. And Melophobia showing up the Hulk right now. Not sure that will stay, but it might. And yeah, no, we're showing 4 Vanguards. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's not going to last too long here, but it looks like they're running the Hulk potentially for the fastball.
Maybe just to get Days out the gate, because Thing is banned. I was going to say, we haven't seen a Hulk since 2 seasons now, man. The Gamma God is anything but crazy powerful at the moment. So the throw's going to go out there. Delena going to swap over to the Wolf to try to respond as well. Got that in the tail end. He does have his Rampage up and ready. We'll see how they answer this, especially with Days at the point already.
And those are those little micro plays, right? If you don't have alt charge, might as well do something like that and get your duelist moving pretty quickly early on. The Leonard though is going to start alt up. Here is able to find Craze, and that's going to be one inside of Mutants who want to start this point with some charge. Not able to do it at all on map 1. More commitment now as Energy uses that. Ooh, ultimate Delena going to find Scatter, and that's a 2-piece now, and Doom Crew going to be down 4-6. But yeah, it should do it. Energy finds another on Amelophobia and should get point early on.
Yeah, I've seen not a lot of Delena on Wolverine, man, because who played that role for 100 Thieves? Clearly Terra, right? That was his whole shtick and one of his best heroes, and so it's cool to see Delena continue that flexibility. And for Mutants to come back into this thing, 91%, and both Gambit ults ready to fire off here. Give slightly the advantage to Mutants and what they have available. We'll see if Vest is able to sneak in there, steal some ult charge, and give them the win for this fight. That'd be big for them, as can be Vest now going to try to activate that right away. Cooper matches it, Shiv, and here we go.
Yeah, that was a huge tackle there out of the sky. Energy is able to escape now. A lot of commitment like we're talking about with that Royal Flush. Craze is going to find SJP Forky onto Delena. Days onto Vest, a 3-piece coming right in at 35% and trying to sweep them right off the point. Looks like they will.
Yeah, and just like that, they were able to get Millennia's Raging as well out. So, man, that is yet another huge win for Doom Crew, winning the fight, and more importantly, winning the ult economy battle as well. Looking towards it once again. You do have Forky Dog ready with Days. Days is going to get picked off early, but probably A-okay for them as they're going to rotate back, and they still have Forky to fall on.
We do have some answers here. Mutants are going to take this space, though. Forky does have that invisible boundary. Days, though, is available with that last stand to make the play. Out goes that boundary early from Forky, but it's enough to keep them on the point. And that's all they're trying to do. Just have an option to stall if need be. It's about 50% capped right now, and that's going to be a pick there from Delena, who's now on the Psylocke. Millennia finds Days, and that is a huge start here for Mutants to try to get this percentage back, and they do, still holding on to the advantage here, 42% now to the 35 of Doom.
Yeah, sometimes you just have those quick counters, right? He went over quickly to the Wolverine and said, hey, get off Groot. Goes back to Psylocke. She's off Groot, right? And if he goes back to Groot, I can guarantee you might switch back on over. He has that Dancing Butterflies ready, though. And so with that counterplay, good eyes. And now Energy maybe can get some momentum. He's definitely one of those players that when he's on, he's absolutely on. Takes a little time to warm up. Does get a quick shift. Passive is not available. And wow, that's a big pick on Dave.
Yeah, that is huge. And like you're calling out a great, it's just a nuance of the chess match, right? Switching and losing all charge or switching to counter. And Cooper going to find one. Melophobia finds another. Doom Crew on the retake. Just consistently coming back in, even being down Days early on in that fight. Is going to sweep the team and likely recap here, at least until the stall is done, yes. And now they'll take on, but 81% for Mutants now who are up in this fight. Making it potentially a 1-5 game as there is no portal back.
And they didn't use the Gambit ult, right? So Mutants have that available, so at least they've mapped Gambit for Gambit, but to this point now, they at least have the offensive pull up 81%. They've got to play aggressive here. They just lost somebody, so they're trying to get back to the 6v6. But if I'm Mutants, I'm going all in here. Oh, Basti, or not Basti. Opposition to Scatter going in quickly with that Rogue, and that's when they go in and pop the Gambit ult and have them go in. They've got to make something out of this, and bam, just like that, Energy finds himself a Mellow.
Yeah, the tracking on Energy is so obscene to watch, so clean. There's another pick there from Energy 2. Millennia is going to find Craze, and that is all of them now as they are swept completely, really finding advantage of that Raging Royal Flush. And Cooper-tastic at 78%. They might be able to touch. I believe they do touch here, but it's more so, will they be able to hold on and not get KO'd and put them down a number? Days' ult could be massive, but Energy and SJP have a solution. Again, Invis is in danger of Days in that boundary because you can get pulled right out and focus. And here goes the fight, but that is a ton of damage early. Out goes the passive to the side of Days. And here goes a huge ult as Millennia cleans up Melophobia. And now Cooper-tastic though, with the Raging Royal Flush right back towards the team. Scatter gonna find one and turn it back at them, evening the numbers just a little bit. Can they make this happen with 2 ults? Doom Crew now has the advantage. Days gonna commit with the last stand. Does it get value? It does not, at least not yet. Spark Chief able to find Cooper-tastic.
Wow.
And turn it back towards Mutant. Are you kidding me? It is still a trade fest, and they're still holding on. Out goes the boundary now by Forky in the exact same position as last time, letting them touch and try to get this cap. Melophobia with a massive pick onto the back line, and this is just wild as Energy finds one. Days gets another, and it's just blue and red back and forth on the KO feed here.
Trades back and forth. Mello with just the full court shot there on the strategist, taking him down from across the map. There's the winning handle from Millennia. That's going to give them the time to cap this thing out. They find one in Day. Going for more. The dance. The butterfly flies to the Invisible Woman. Down goes another. He goes for 3. Jib. That makes it a 1-1. A 1. Wow. I gotta say that was a hell of a finish. But 1-1. We find ourselves in Warrior Falls.
Yeah, that's rivals right there. That was beautiful. So much trading, so much all commitment, finding value virtually every time back and forth. And I can't imagine the chaos of comms in that moment, whether it's being aggressive and trying to call out aggressive plays or the backline just screaming for help as they're getting last-handed by a Wolverine. So really back and forth and beautiful across the board. Doom Crew coming out with an ult advantage in this next fight, but really important to keep your eyes on that Gambit Raging Royal Flush, and Cooper Tastic has a slight advantage on that.
Yeah, crazy trading there. I mean, they got Cooper out early, and even though Mello came out and got the snipe, man, a beautiful snipe against SJP, a wrong strategist, right? Because Millennia was able to stay in it, get his flush up, you know, and then from there they were able to clean up. So great job from both teams, and now they've kind of evened the odds, even though Cooper Tastic is up 30%. They at least, you know, aren't one ult out of the way towards the other. But looking towards it now, Day's on over to the Bucky. They're going to try something here as Dylan going to maintain on the sidewalk.
Here they go again. Forky able to find SJP. Days now onto Vess, and Doom Crew gonna find a 3-piece as soon as the map starts here. The point still got 10 seconds before he can even cap it. That was incredibly quick, and no commitment there of ultimates besides Scatter. Is using that to try to absorb some of that ult charge in the back line.
And now you don't want to shoot anything because Cooper's then going to be able to lap Millennia way too much, right? So you almost just want to play passive here, but it's going to be Cooper just trying to fish out more. 20 to 70%. Keep your eyes on that flush. Now moving forward. Good maintain of the cards and the equity there. To go ahead and with the Insong Inferno, slam it down, try to find something Energy does. And wow, good follow-up there from Mutants of the strategist.
Yeah, and they're already on the point. They're trying to utilize that overextending. Oh, they thought they could sneak the cap, but not able to do so. Days is holding on here. Cracking Impact is going to find one onto Energy and start up the agains. Will we see another here up in the sky? Waiting it out a little bit. Bang goes down, not able to collide. But Vess is able to find Forky there and try to escape. Days is putting a lot of pressure onto Vess while on the front line. He does drop back fine. Here's the cap team up. Haven't seen that in a minute. To stay healthy and get a little over help in that moment. Drop back, and now still maintain pressure on the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, Days unable to connect any of these shots, even with the Gambit team up. Now Millennia's going to activate his, and this is going to be where the momentum goes towards Mutants and SJP finding the 1-2. Both strategists out of here. Energy cleans up the leftovers, and Mutants is going to get this point right back. And so, unfortunately, Days was unable to connect a lot of those. It was flashy, but did not execute perfection there. Now you've got the Dance of the Butterflies. You can use Vess's ult to kind of maintain the ult parity, and great job from Mutants.
I think this is one of those moments where, you know, you really find out the strength of a team and how they react to a Gambit ult and how well they can stay healthy, right? Like if your team is able to hold on through a Gambit ult, that's a testament to how good your comms are. And that was a great hold, and then immediately retaking to find even more value. Out we go with the dance, and wow, it's gonna find a few here, folks. Making a 3-piece. Who I see 4. Delena is looking clean, almost getting a quadra. Vess is gonna clean that up, and man, these have been battles, and Mutants are trying to get that percentage tied up.
I mean, hey, the ult charge is a little longer to get, but it has stayed the same. It is absolutely lethal right now in Season 5, and we're all just then by Delena. Good shots there. Energy and Mello trading back and forth. 65 to 35 in terms of the Gambits. Going forward, nice pressure here from Mutants. Kind of keeping the high ground. They're going to match Doom Crew's ult charge. Ooh, like the pressure on the point. Going to force them down to the low ground. Now it's going to have Doom Crew push through, but Energy with a nice little cycle around to see what he can find. Maybe he goes to the Insong solo. It's going to be now Delena with the 1-2 pop on the road chip. He gets it, connects it, Scatter's gone.
That's another early pick there, and that is massive. This Psylocke so oppressive. Sparchief able to find one onto Forky Dog now, dropping back and almost has Freedom Charge available to be an answer here. Daze is able to take out SJP in the back line, and that is a huge start coming in heavy with that Royal Flush. Still trying to buy time on point, and that's all that Sparchief's going to do here. Try to get to that 100 charge if possible to keep the team healthy on point and get to that 99%. But Daze applying a ton of pressure. Does have that Kraken impact available if need be. They do not want to overcommit it if they don't need it, and they won't need it now as they do sweep the point. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle on our hands here as again we're going to be up near that 99 to 99 on map 3. These teams are duking it out.
if Mutants are able to get this fight done within a minute and a half or minute, they should win out. If it's going to stall from there, I think with the way that the strategists line up with Doom, they might be able to take this map. It's going to come down. Here's the taken. Royal Flush coming any moment as Sparky leads the charge, but SJP is out of here first. What do you do now? What's the decision to make, Shib? You're down to strategist. Cooper's up to 50. That's exactly what you didn't want to. Oh, man, it's brutal.
Yeah, that is really, really brutal. Like you had mentioned, it's now, yeah, you're in a tough position where you just use it either way onto the front line and try to send them in and see what they can do. Gotta elect to try to drop from behind and take a different angle and try to get some value. Looks like they might find one. No, great movement. They do take out Melophobia. And there's some more commitment. Best is able to find a pick energy as well. Delena takes one, and that should be almost everyone here. Just gonna wait for Rogue on point and just try to buy time. 99% now, but thing that you had mentioned, it's all about, can Cooper-tastic get to that Raging Royal flush? And if so, it might just be Doom's game unless Mutants can do a great job answering. They do have a lot of ults to answer. It's all about, can they clean up Cooper-tastic in that ult? Maybe with something like using that Dance of the Butterfly. There are some options in which this goes in their favor.
Especially with the combo with Phoenix, they can roll that route because they know it's almost ready, right? And there it is, 98%. They have to go. They pull the trigger now. They land it down. They get the Invis. They can't find the Gambit who activates it. Cooper gonna throw all the cards on the table. Millennia gonna get dazed out though, so not a lot of getting that Royal Flush. Cooper finds energy. Mello finds the other. Beautiful done. Wow, really well done.
Yeah, I think the idea there was to try to get Rogue on top of the Gambit, but Cooper-tastic probably just playing a little bit too smart to allow that to happen. He can't reduce that ult charge and could not quite get in there. Good ideas with all their ult commitment very quickly, but it did not pan out. I don't know if they get touched. Looks like they can for a moment, but Dance of the Butterfly is going to stop him on the way. It's going to find one on a Millennium. That's a massive pick now. Just trying to stall it. It's looking like Doom Crew is going to take this one so far. Up in numbers, up in all, up on the point, and they do it. That is map 2, Doom Crew.
Yeah, man, listen, I said that if it was a minute and a half or longer, they're going to win it. And I think it could have been like a minute and a half on the dot. Like they had, it came down to the 99% on the slice and dice of Delena. And yeah, they found the invis, but one too late. And yeah, to your point, Cooper, just as much they know that Cooper's about to have the ult, Cooper knows where to go and where to play. That's what makes him so great. And that's why he got the MVP right here, right now. Very well done. And just, man, that was honestly just top level play of just awareness and knowing when, when the match and map favors you. Doom Crew making this thing even, man, 1-1.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part to having Gambit on the field. It's tracking that. You know, you do have someone typically alt tracking at all times, and it's a little more confusing when you do have Rogue in the mix, and if Rogue is able to find value on getting towards the back line. But I'll tell you what, I mean, Doom Crew just did a great job understanding when they needed to press. Delena with 17 finals looked really clean, but 14 and 14 there from Days of Melophobia was a ton. And Cooper-tastic on that back line with the Gambit, 34 and 6, 33 assists, just looking so clean with those cards.
Yeah, for sure. And I felt like, looking at both teams, they kind of both did everything they needed to win. It just came down to that last bit of trading. And even looking at Spark's performance, great job there on the cab. So we knew this was going to be 1-1. This is not going to be a clean sweep on either side. And it's exactly the story that we got. With Mutants, they allowed Gambit most of the games because Millennium was kind of, hot off the press in that department. But with game 1, he was banned. They won it. Mantis being banned on the opposition. I think if you are Mutants, you probably lean towards the Gambit ban. It's just one less thing you have to think about, but it does favor Vess in him, so it's a hard call.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? There's a lot of, I was just thinking the same thing as you. They like to run, they like to go in hot with Heartbreaker and see if they can find success under the backline Gambit, but you have a really strong Gambit on the opposition. They know that's coming and they're going to try to juke that. So tricky. Rogue, obviously with Vess, very strong Rogue player. Like you're saying, wanting to keep that on the table, but now, like you said, they've won when it was banned, they've lost when it's not. It just makes sense to go back to banning out Gambit.
Yeah, probably. And I think that's why Heartbreaker is going to be such a great addition to the esports scene over here, because usually it was kind of all on, can they get the pick? And now it's like, okay, can you get the cheeky Heartbreaker off, lose that 10%? I don't know how many times you've been playing where I'm like, all right, ult's ready, and I forget that it's been stolen from me, and then, from there, anything can happen. But guys, speaking of, we got map number 3 underway. These two teams going to clash. It's 1-1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break.
Remember the tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We have now landed on map number 3. It is 1-to-1 between these two pro-filled teams. And man, again, we've kind of broken it down a ton, but right now, I don't think there's any one specific thing either team wants to focus on doing outside of maybe Gambit being the focus ban. from Mutants. They are going to get rid of Daredevil first. They don't even want to mess around with that. And the thing to follow. What is his first save, though, from Doom Crew?
And, you know, it could be Gambit. I don't know that they... Yeah, again, they're going to go to Wolverine. That's so consistent. Yeah, I mean, they like the pick. I think Wolf kind of shuts down the idea of some of these teams have been running that triple Vanguard comp, although in Domination, not as much, but we have seen it, surprisingly. And they are going to lock in, wow, the Rogue over there. Again, it's just pretty much the same band we've seen for the last two matches.
Yeah, staying the same. I think they just want to have that option open of Days, having Wolverine. You know, the Bucky's fine, but I think that's obviously where he shines. And then that does some stuff with the group play if they do want to go with the bans there. Loki can be the first one out. So again, they're like, go ahead. If you want to save Gambit, go that route. We just don't want Loki involved there too. And I guess that made him feel like Millennia, you know, he can kind of pull his own there. Sparkcheap, by the way, is the captain this time around, funny enough, compared to Delena last time, making the actual pick of bans. Maybe that's because Delena missed a ban from what we saw last time. Who knows, buddy? But there it is. Psylocke ban. That's a good play from Doom Crew.
I think Delena's running like the coaching perspective too, and probably just didn't want the pressure of having to click the button while having the conversation maybe, but okay, gonna save the Strange this time around, buy them another fight, and this time that's gonna be on the side of Doom Crew. So yeah, just gonna elect to have that option. I don't think it's a bad idea, but you know, removing the Loki is very consistent as well. The save here for the side of Mutants, I am not 100% sure what I expect to see. Oh, it is going to be the Gambit.
So they're saving the Gambit. So who knows, man? I mean, interesting. Because I don't think Doom Crew was going to use their last ban on Gambit, considering they saved it last time, right? So, like, I don't know what the hell they're thinking at this point. I guess they just want the Rogue team up to have it in there and then maybe flex Delena into this Mantis. This next ban has to be Mantis, I think, for Doom Crew.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't have expected that, but again, you know, it is what it is, and it's all about what they've scrimmed in practice. It has nothing to do with what we're seeing here necessarily, although I will say, it's, you know, it worked when it was banned last time. I don't know why we don't think that may not be the play, but this is a different map. Celestial Husk is going to be another domination like you had discussed, and if they've got some strategies here that they feel comfortable rocking this composition.
Husk and Disgust was beautiful. I just want to point that out. So looking at it, man, I think you got to go with what they rolled in the first comp. Again, you would think they would be going with the Mantis, right? I mean, that's what they did last time and it worked so well, but now they're gonna try something a bit different here. Delena gonna be on the Punisher. And okay, Star-Lord as well. So kind of flexing around. Obviously, Psylocke is a great pick in Celestial Husk. 3 dominations, though, is quite the way to start, man, as these teams lock in with what they have.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the penny off the rip there. I think the idea is likely just going to be to give everyone armor, and not even going to do that. Just going to use the rocket armor instead. I remember the complete meta out we saw when every team, oh, man, you know what? I lied. There it is. Smellophobia is going to do it and give everybody that armor upgrade. Phoenix is off the field, though, so you got to remember, when Phoenix is gone, you know, Penny takes a little bit of a step forward, and there's certain maps she succeeds. I don't think we'll see Mellophobia stay on Penny here, but likely just to armor up. But either way, so we're going to see Rocket on both sides. That all has less or has more impact. You don't have Phoenix just dive bombing through it. So let's see where the comps end up here with the last 5 seconds. Ooh, maybe a total kidnap from Doom.
Yeah, but I don't see Invis, right? So yeah, I was thinking that too, and it's forcing Mello to play something else. And then not having the life steal for Days. So now Days is going to be on the Strange here as they open up with the triple Vanguard v triple, or not even triple Vanguard, because Energy is on the Wolf. I actually like this advantage going towards Mutants right now. It's the perfect kind of rock, paper, scissors mentality. Cooper and Toe on the top here. Days going to flex around, see what he can find. Quick whips over it. Oh my God. Not only does he get Energy, but they burn the passive immediately as well.
Yeah, good focus there, and I was just about to show some love to Energy being great at flexing and really being able to handle a bunch of different duelists, and the timing on that is very Caster. Kersey is down, goes Energy. Kray's gonna find one on SJP, and Doom Crew getting this point decidedly quickly. Cooper Tastic, excuse me, gonna find Bess, and that should be enough here as it starts counting.
I think we could both agree Doom Crew probably won the pick ban phase, and so that is leading into what we're seeing right now with these two teams. Cooper Tastic now at 76% and climbing. And that's huge. But here we go. They're going to rotate around to Days up top there. As a nice little straight. Actually, did not know Days had that flexibility and knew him to get play strange. So I like what we're seeing there. And not only that, he's playing at a high level now. Energy going down twice to Days. SJP going to bring Energy back as they're not even fighting on the point, just here on the top side.
You'll notice a lot of the best Strange's play. Strange's like a melee hero, and Days obviously been a lot of Wolverine and getting up close. It's a very similar story with Strange. You essentially treat his auto like it's a shoddy, and you just constantly melee weave in between, and then use that expel dark magic whenever you find an opportunity to get a pick. And here comes a commitment. Delena is going to follow up with Gambit. They're trying to get some burst damage, and yes, it will be enough to find one. Will we see more here? Looking towards Scatter, who's likely going to be able to escape Days now in a hitting spot that's going to buy as much time on the play as possible. Ooh, just a little bit too early on that iframe of the roll to survive that. What a pick there from Days. Scatter now coming back in. Wow, what a retake here off the back of that. That is wild to see as they're still maintaining presence on point. Spark Chief now going to start off with the Freedom Charge. And now Scatter going to commit on everybody pressing Q. They want this point.
And they just don't. Oh man, Mutants cannot take it back to him, and that was just disastrous for Delena, right? Because he's switching the target 3 times as the Star-Lord, can't really find anything, gets one out of it, and then has another flip to use on the automotive, but commits on the one iframe, does not connect, and then gets stunned and out. So really tough out if you're Delena there on the Star-Lord Doom crew. 85%. They are just absolutely dominating this first bit of Celestial Husk.
Yeah, those ult commitments just did not go their way, and now Energy is just in such a tough spot here. Is going to be playing the Vanguard role as well, and this might be a 100-0 based on what I'm seeing. Ult advantage now for at least who is on the point is in the favor of Doom Crew, and it's a Strangling Prison, which can essentially just hold them off the point. And if he elects to do that, doesn't look like he's going to. Vest is in a dangerous spot, goes down. Elaphobia finding one now, looking upward towards the front line of Cap, just juking as much as possible. Spark Chief, though, in a very tough spot, low on HP, is getting absolutely exploded here with a huge Strangling Prison from Craze, which is going to find a rest. And at that point, 100-0. Wow.
Yeah, we're seeing the Doom crew that kind of ran the upper bracket there. That was a very clean, just A to Z from them on that point. And man, Days was like assassin Doctor Strange. Like he was hunting with the whip and the melee there. And Mello, gotta just commend this guy, man. I don't know about you. When I thought of Mellophobia, what hero did you think of? Because for me, it was always just that Bucky. He was continuously a soldier for almost a year straight.
In Hella,
I mean, even
for some reason.
Yeah, good. He did play some Hella for sure. But man, I feel like I saw him on Bucky every single match. And now, it doesn't matter what he flexed to. Goes to Phoenix, fine. He's getting to be great on the Star-Lord as well, as we just saw. Delena's got to lock in, man. Got to lock in all the way here. If you look at the ult economy, definitely going to be leaning towards Doom Crew for sure, especially in the case of both strategist ults. Like, if they get this first cap again, this could spell Doom. No pun intended.
Yeah, well, you know, pun partially intended, as it did land, but we did, you know, this is a very different map here, too. The other one's far more encased. It's going to be a lot more open. I mean, it isn't, the third map obviously has that structure in the center that you can really dance around with something like a Venom to really stall point, and we've seen the best teams talk about how on Domination, it's all about just trying to get point early and then stalling for as long as humanly possible. The Portal Kidnap, though, comes through this time on the side of Days. It doesn't look like it gets anyone, at least not yet. Energy losing a ton of HP, though. The passive doesn't seem to be popped. Millennia is going to be unavailable. Same with Cooper to launch that Raging Royal Flush if they decide to do it, but not quite yet. And as I say, that Millennia is going to press Q. Will Cooper do the same? Yes, he will. Who gets the first pick? That is what's going to matter, as Energy's trying to charge those claws up now. 100 on. Ooh, off map potential. Bang. There goes one.
Beautiful. Great job there from Energy, just getting kidnapped at the last time. Cooper isn't to find that, so it's going to be fair on the Vanguard. Oh man, Wolf has almost no health, does get the triple kidnap, but not a huge finish there. They do get a little bit of a cleanup. Delena's going to find Mello. So at this point is not taken. There goes the invisible boundary from Porky Dog, and it's going to be Scatter that just siphons the ult from the rest. Mutant's not trying to get anything going, but Scatter finds another 2-ship. Take it 3.
Yeah, that's clean play right there. And now Doom Crew trying to get control of the point. No, folks, nobody has gotten control of the point just yet. Doom Crew going to be the first to do so, even after 3 consecutive fights back and forth.
I mean, we're seeing now why this Strange was banned. It wasn't just the portal, right? It's Days being able to flex this into, what is this triple Vanguard play? A lot of what Mutants was trying to do against Team Guilty. 74% up for Craze. Looking for what they have. There goes the invisible boundary on the opposite team. SKP throwing it in. There's the Roman Coliseum. Going to be a big fight in here. Energy slicing and dicing. He does get the best out of Days. He's going to find more with the full rage now. Try to go forward. Get good pressure. 26% though, and climbing for Doom.
He had a huge ult last fight. We didn't get to see the end of it, but Looks like it didn't get too much luck, but it was after on the back of a couple picks. Craze is in a dangerous spot now. The energy is proceeding to deal more damage. Fantastic. Going to start up and same with Millennia once again, just on the same exact pace here with the Royal Flush, but Scatter going to be the first one to get a pick. Out goes the group, the Strangling Prison Energy with a two-piece spawn up on the back from Spark Chief to get those KOs cleaned up now, and they're up in numbers, but again, dudes are just stalling the point, and that's all they're looking to do. It doesn't really matter if you get a ton of KOs. It's all about the percentage on top, and right now, here comes some commitment from Delena, who's going to try to find one. Melophobia able to stay low, but does get picked up at the very end. Good eye there from Delena, who's going to get a two-piece, make that almost 3. Onto Craze, who's going to be going on that Venom now to try to stall.
Yeah, up to 60% and climbing, and honestly, Mutants still have a fair amount. They have Spark Chief ready to roll, but they had to use way more than they wanted to on what looks like an easier initial point take. Energy going to get Forky Dog out of here, so now they get a little bit of life. Man, on the side of Doom Crew, you've got, we'll see what Daze does with this Agamotto, but you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable here, Shib. And, man, I don't know about you, but Scatter's been the one that's jumped out to me as just really the big-time finish and kind of player of the game thus far. We're taking a look here. We have, all right, Delena going to try to get the spin away, but that Agamotto is going to slam down, going to get a big connection, and at this point, Mutants is using what they have left in the tank ship, and with that vest trying to get some old siphon, Energy's going to pick off Daze, and even through the Agamotto, they lasted.
Yeah, and it looks like the fight will begin once more. Good retake there by Mutants right now. Alts are going to be up here. Energy very close. Millennia as well. And Cooper, like we said, the pacing is dead even between the two of them right now as we will start up again. Scatter dealing a ton of damage to the front line. And that's just going to be a trade fest. And here goes the commitment. And again, Scatter finds the first hit in these Royal Flushes. And you can't say enough about that. Putting you in a good spot. Melophobia, though, is going to find one on the Delena and keep them walking. Energy, though. Spark Chief going to get 3. Trying to even the odds. Make it 4 now. Melophobia's all not able to be enough now as they do maintain presence on point, and they even this percentage. It's not over yet, folks.
Wow. I mean, only with Delena going and not getting the best out of that happy holidays, I thought that was going to be spelling doom for their chances, but 80% up. What a great retake. And at this point, they just got to win this neutral. What has been a lot of this matchup thus far, but Craze has done so much on this Druid, this imprisonment. They've got to be aware of this here. You've got the cleanse. That's a big difference now as Gambit. Let's see where Millennia is with his team.
Still dancing back and forth now, keeping the pressure forward. And Scatter is ready with this Heartbreaker. Dive towards the back line, and there it goes. Now, Daze going to start building up those claws. 100 charges, able to find one. Onto Energy now, make it 2 as they now dominate the point, but 99% here for Mutants.
Now, look at Millennia at 70% towards the 50, right? Again, even if they get this cap, they can try to sustain as long as they can, and it is going to go over. So, at this point, Strange is available compared to last time. You have 77% to Cooper, but Cooper, you almost don't want to do damage here once again, right? You kind of want to just wait for the whole team, but Cooper's going on the aggression. He knows that he's behind just a tad. He's going to try to get this pick, does get a lot of pressure, and build up momentum. But we're going to continue the same for his side, man. We'll see what Craze looks to do. They're going aggressive here, man.
That's a great call out there. It's just about all tracking, knowing you're down and trying to make up the difference. So good call by you. Now Melophobia trying to walk in. And this is a boundary used as a tool to essentially slow them down on their walk back in. And there are a ton of ults available. Out goes the Freedom Charge from Spark Chief to walk them to the point, and they will get there with some overhelp. And now we're going to see Q's for Days. Crazy with huge all potential. Energy goes down early, and that is a massive pick even through the Raging Royal Flush. And happy holidays on the high side. Delena finds one. Will there be more? Trying to get a 2-piece. Out goes the pass, and Daze goes down now. It's not about stalling an OT. They've got to keep presence on point. Healthy now. Delena is going to look towards the side of Brute, and instead try to find those strategists. Good movement there, but falls. The Cooper tactic on the high side with an insanely valuable pick.
Wow, that was huge from Cooper. SAP and Spark do match it. Here comes the portal to play. The multiverse at stake with Millennia now getting the best out of Craze. It's anybody's game. They're going to get the cap back. Time is ticking down. Just like this, Vest trying to keep an eye on. Going to go ahead and try to get that pressure on the Strange early. Mello going to go float up, wait for the team to jump in with a rest. That's crashing down at this point. They got to kind of maintain with what they have. He's trying to win in the neutral without committing all too much now. And Vest going down quickly to the Rogue. Forky Dog throwing up the arena. They don't have using the match. Mutants do have SKP throwing up the match. And at this point, Chip, it is an absolute brawl with Daze being the only one with the pick so far.
Wow, and Scatter's able to find another. Scatter doing a lot of neutral pick getting a lot of neutral pick value. Energy is able to find Meliphobia though. Now to even the numbers. Millennia is going to start off. Coopertastic has it as well. So again, it's all about who can get the pick early right now. And I hear the last stand get launched, but nobody is on the feed besides Energy. As Coopertastic gets another early pick here on the Gambit. Scatter able to find Millennia. Can they clutch this up here and take this map? And it looks like Doom Crew might just do that as Days finds the Lena now. The numbers are falling. Doom Crew is able to find 2 more, and that should likely do it. But no, the Skull's still here. Holding on with the Freedom Charge. Shield slightly bursted though. Still dancing, but not for long. The portal, or the, excuse me, the point gets switched over. Meliphobia now here with Spider-Man is able to get one onto Sparks. Even what is going on? What a battle.
Absolute chaos now. Shib as Forky Dog and Craze pick up the rest. And Doom Crew is going to 2-0 Celestial Husk. Dude, that was absolute chaos, man. And what a turnaround. The portal opens, time's ticking down. It's looking like Mutants is about to take it. And just like that, Days comes in clutch once again. If it wasn't with the Strange, it's with the Wolf. Super impressed by Doom Crew. And dude, Cooper with that pick early as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
2 fights in a row.
And the Gambit. You got to ban it from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It's, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's broke, fix it. And right now, we're losing the Gambit matchup. You know, if I'm thinking we got to change stuff up if I'm the coach in that situation. But hey, if I'm on the side of Doom Crew, I am celebrating right now. They have looked very good in a lot of these fights, and a lot of these neutrals still getting picked. I gotta again show love to Coopertastic at the end, like we were talking about. 6 finals there, but 2 huge picks onto Energy on that Wolverine in those final fights, and that was potentially game winning.
Yeah, for sure. And again, hats off to Days. That's why that protect on that Wolverine just is so important for them, right? That's why they use it first and foremost. And so just like that, it was 1-0, quickly goes to 2-1 Shib. And again, we're running out of domination maps at this point. I guess they could go Krakoa. We'll have to see if they want to stick with that the whole way, as we see Energy with a nice clean pick and some good plays all around, but just nothing done all together. And again, yeah, I mean, we kind of highlighted it, what they're doing on the Gambit. Even if we look, you know, match for match, you have 12,000 damage to the 8,000, 32 to the 33. So close on the healing ways, but obviously just the overall 29 eliminations, or at least participations with the teamwork, is where I'm going to give the edge to Cooper. Great job, man. Exactly what I expect for the grand finals, and we're not going to get a lot of these with the top players and rivals, so it's cool to see this kind of flush out the way it is.
Yeah, it has definitely been fun to watch, as we are going to be heading to map 4 here shortly. Again, up by 1 right now for the side of Doom Crew. So trying to keep that presence moving forward. A lot of value from the Gambit, a lot of value from the Wolverine. I'm not sure what the banning solution is, but I'm looking forward to seeing a change here in the bans. Try to push this to a game 7, which you and I know always want.
Yeah, we always get to. And you know what I found fascinating is Doom Crew is kind of running what Mutants did against Team Guilty, but just almost more sharp, right? I mean, they didn't have the Strange, but still the triple Vanguard was definitely on the side of them. And, you know, the talk has been about Vest a lot and the way he plays Rogue. We know Vest is a great player, but Scatter has just been really solid with what he's able to be doing. Chip.
Yeah, Scatter found the first pick, I think, 3 straight fights, if I remember correctly, at least when I was talking over the screen there. So if you can do that, especially in a Gambit alt like that, you know, it puts your team up, and at that point, you just kind of keep progressing and knocking out more of the enemy.
Absolutely, guys. Well, we're going to get to map number 4, but first we're going to take a break, and then we will get back to the action. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out! You couldn't be saved.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back as we tend to close season 5 here. We've got map number 4 between Doom Crew and Mutants. The grand finals here at the MRC. I'm Cozy, joined by Shib. And Shib, what is the difference maker right now? What do you have to do if you are Mutants to try to get this thing to 3-2?
I mean, my personal opinion is you ban Gambit, you change some stuff up. I think you guys look good without the Gambit. I think the Gambit, you guys look good with the Gambit. You're just not getting it done, right? And I think you just need to change some stuff, right? That's all it is. The Vanning Face was like almost the exact same as what we saw last time, besides the Strange sneaking through. So this time it's going to be a convergence map though. So now that it's a different mode, you know, everything's different again. It's tricky because we've seen so much domination in a row. It's a totally different playing field.
It's a good point. Yeah, I thought we were going to get Krakoa to make it 4 in a row, but now it is. Once again, you can have the same 2, but will they go with the Wolverine? Yes, and the Rogue. Say it ain't so. But this third ban was belonging to Loki for Mutants. They need to change that to Gambit most likely, but maybe they want to stick with the guns. And Millennia's like, don't worry, guys. I got this. Lock in. Let's roll. But, man, this is going to be a, well, group ban. Okay. This will be a map, though, Shib, where, man, the hit scan can just make such a big difference on those early picks.
Yeah, agreed. This is a huge line of sight beginning, at least map part one. Honestly, the beginning and streets phase, the second phase is very long-sighted too. So there's a lot of opportunities for things like Hela, which hasn't been getting banned a lot, or like Phoenix to get some success. And we've seen in the past, and in Ignite on this map in particular, the combo with Hella and Namor, which I think is still a pretty strong team up, but haven't seen a lot of that today, like at all, man. And the banning of the Thing from the side of Doom to make sure the mutants can't run it has also been very, very consistent every single time. And you know, that's crazy, but it's working.
Yep, absolutely. Loki gonna get saved this time around, and Cooper is just fine with that. I mean, they came down to the last second, so I think they were really discussing what route they wanted to go. Save here for mutants. Now it's been a couple of different things for them as they've continued. Down here is Gambit last time, so we can assure that this is going to be the Gambit ban, right? Because you save the Shark, you ban the Gambit. There it is. Just, you know, Pikachu's shock face, and here's the last ban for Doom Crew. What way they want to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to see from them right now. At this point, I don't think it's anything that would completely change the game. I'm surprised it's going to be Hella, which is talking about those long LOSs, but. Yeah, I think the Gambit ban makes sense, and especially with Loki in there. Once you saw the Loki lock in, that's like a guarantee ban. Now, you do not want to face two of those, especially if you aren't winning with one. So, good ban there. Let's see what they look like. Angela's going to get some play, looks like.
Here we go, and it does open the door for Phoenix as well. Phoenix was banned last time to stop that team up with Wolverine. Didn't make too much of a difference, but because Mello was doing crazy work there on Star-Lord, but is going to be able to go back to the Phoenix. Has the sight line. Hella's not available. And then Days, I'm sure, will flex eventually to Wolf when needed. Going to start out on the Winter Soldier. And yeah, to your point, get a little bit of an Angela appearance. Listen, man, this has got a lot of room to fly around, be a pest. And then even if you get them in that backup, you know, when they kind of go down that hill, you're able to quickly get a kidnap, throw them off the map if they need to there. So, you know, it's cool to see Angela played, you know, so consistently. Just a very good hero at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. It's funny. I again, just to kind of touch on the point, seeing the Thing played far more than Angela is definitely a surprise to me throughout this whole MRC. But I think it just goes similar conversation we used to have about Cloak and Dagger with the Terror Cape and how that damage boost was so strong with good coordination. I think it's very similar with the Thing. It's get your focus here, and 3, 2, 1, the dash goes in, and you have that damage boost, and it's just enough for you to essentially take out whoever you want, and you have no threat against something like a Wolverine to pull you away.
And here's the big thing. Angela can get a pretty much a one-shot combo there on SJP on Luna, because you can get, we were talking about this earlier, full charge spear with the melee, you kidnap, go the full distance, and then you melee spear again. That is goodbye to Luna if you nail it here, but these pros know how to heal up quickly, and I don't think we'll see too much of that here, but here we go. We got them on the top side. Polky Dog on the invis, and it's split a bit. You don't actually see this much on defensive efforts. You do see the split on the offense, and they don't care. They just start off right away to Lena first pick.
Should have the res available, so that will come back. But yeah, that's a huge passive take right there. Daze finds Vess as well, and those are 2 numbers down, and that's already a difficult spot to be in there. On the run from Spark, who might have to reset. He's going to grab a health pack on the way, and the whole team's going to elect to drop back together, come back in as 6, which is exactly what you're looking for. So potentially taking the off-angle play. SJP is going to be on that Luna like you had talked about. Corky, the only one on Invis, and that's a rare sight. But with triple compositions, that is definitely an option. It is not completely off the table, but I will say Invis is in an incredibly strong space right now, and Mantis being banned out kind of shuts down the thought of what else you can do with the triple. So I think this is a fine comp here. Will they find success?
Yeah, a lot of this is going to go on Energy. With just the damage in the comp, Energy's really going to have to play at top level. If they get a pick on Energy early, it's going to spell kind of doom for them early. That's what Doom Crew's looking for, is thus the name. Daze already has the Kraken Impact ready to go and is looking for more, and they have that Mutants rotated where they want, where Angela can also get success if Trace wants to go that way. There's the Kraken Impact slamming up, down, no connection. There's a good response, and of course SJP into the grand finale. Gonna get 1 for 1 now. Cooper copies that. We'll get out, gets the best, and wow, just like that, Mello, Forky, Doom Crew finding some success.
And Melophobia did a great job owning that high side left, and honestly wasn't contested at all. Saw the ultimates get committed and just ran right in to help the team out, and now everybody's gonna have to drop back. And I'll tell you what, right now Doom Crew is looking like they might be in a really good spot to hold this early. We could see a huge res from Zelena. I think that might be a game changer if that comes through, but yeah, I mean, they're just playing this like it hasn't been an issue. There's no tick on point, and they have similar ult advantage. It's even across the board right now. Doom Crew is just looking so good on this defense, and this is a comp that they run so well.
And they just have no damage. I mean, if Millennia does not get anything from this ult, you know, and try to get some at least cheap kills, you know, off the map or KOs, it's going to be tough here. Delena going over to the Ultron. Goes another drone and always try to get some more sustain, but let's see what NG can pop off early. Song Inferno ready to roll. Flo is just doing what he does best, man. This is kind of what was going on at the very beginning of this thing. Now Scatter has the Meteor in, ready to rock and load if needed, and just another combo, and that shuts down everything there with Energy Gun.
Yeah, someone needs to contest that high side. Honestly, it's such a good position to off-angle consistently. And then you can ult whenever you're in trouble or whenever you think it's, worth it. Obviously, Melophobia not able to get anything there with the Ensong Inferno, but has been really dominating that position. And it just consistently puts everybody in a weird spot, especially when you have a hit scan on height like that against an Ultron. It's going to force Ultron to have to play very, very safe. Selena doing just that is going to be holding on to Flake there from SJP. And you can, put that on yourself now with a recent change. You just a little damage boosted healing. He's going to start the clap up. Another really strong cooldown. Going to keep using all the Qs now. SJP going to match that right back. It's Cooper-tastic going to copy that first. Millennia considering going down. Vest is going to find Cooper-tastic though, and that's a good start. Vest is a incredibly strong Magneto. We haven't seen a ton of that in this tournament so far, at least, in this matchup, and I can see some success there, up a number, at least right now.
Yeah, they've got to dive in on this. That was a huge pick for them, and right now this is the route they need to take. Day4 have the Kraken impact available. Millennia is going to now look for that big quad feed. The map's right there for the take, and the portal going to open up. Cooper going to switch off, meaning one strategist only next to fall has to swap. But right now, they have the full team. Kraken impact goes up, goes down. Millennia does find himself the full eat, but nothing from it there with Selena going to go on the Age of Ultron. And right now, they can just find nothing. They're using this portal as a perfect wall of infinite damage. Now Scatter goes up, missed the last one. He hits the second one, slams it down, connects. Death is gone.
Yeah, good job using the height there to understand the shield cooldown. OT is taking down though, and they do get 2 ticks, but wow. I figured as much. Doom Crew just looking so good on that defense. It was super dicey. And just slowly eliminating the side of mutants and holding on point 1 is insane. This could be a very quick map here for match 4.
We're going to keep it a buck. That was a mess for mutants from start to finish, man. I mean, that was just really nothing rolling their way. I mean, they had that pick on Cooper. I think that was the highlight I could pull out. And outside of that, it just felt like kind of comp-wise and even what they were able to do strategy-wise was really nothing. And so tough out if you are mutants. Doom Crew played that near perfect. We'll see how they respond.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was a bit tricky. And again, once you start seeing the switches, even with ult available, that's a sign of a team that's kind of, the comms are getting a little dicey, trying to figure out a solution. And although, sometimes that's worth it to try to find a way around your obstacle. If you're losing alt charge, and not only are you losing fights, but now you're losing alt charge, it puts you down in the next fight, and then that ball just keeps rolling. It's like a snowball, and then it becomes even harder to push through. So, wow. I mean, yeah, credit again to Doom Crew, who looked lights out and didn't look like they were really ever in a tough spot.
And you're trying to get through so much, right? The Magneto and Angela flying around, and once Selena went over to Ultron, at this point, you have energy, and that is kind of your main source of damage, right? Obviously, you do have the strategist to kind of back that up and get it going, but energy got picked twice there from Scatter, so that just kind of slowed momentum as well. And so we'll see, again, definitely a point that they can hold as well and draw this thing out, but Doom Crew's going to play way more aggressive now that they only need a tick, and it really changes up the comp and what they want to roll out as well. Angela going to stay there for Craze, and that's in Spark. I know Spark would be the Angela player. Let's go on the captain, though, here to start things out.
Yeah, I mean, this first fight is going to set the tempo. We're going to see the momentum. Great movement here as a team to take the height together. No one's been in danger. Nobody has taken a lot of damage, so the strategists haven't really been able to farm anything. And you look, actually, the advantage in terms of healing is roughly on Doom's side, at least for the moment right now. Craze already finds one, and that's huge for the attack, making it 2-piece now as Cooper-tastic finds energy. The portal play already likely going to have to come through, and that is everybody's going to be on their heels, unfortunately, here. Doom Crew still owning this space, and the ticker's going to start beginning now, and another pick comes through out of SJP, and at this point, I think it might be over. Wow, this is an incredibly quick matchup. Still stalling for a moment. Here comes the portal from energy, and now that goes through, but at this point, it is going to be game, set, match here for Doom Crew.
I mean, that was textbook. I think we are seeing right now, obviously, Rivals being a team game. Doom Crew is even though you have just, obviously we all know watching this, okay? The mountain of talent there on Mutants is insane. You very well know that. But the team coordination seems all that much more tighter from this team that has been all together outside of the strategists that they pulled in. And the two strategists they pulled in, man, Forky Dog and Cooper, are fine. These guys can play just about anywhere as flexed, right? So you're seeing that come to light here with them. And They get up now 3-1 against Mutants, who started out so strong. And right now, Shib, it's a series match that they had in the upper bracket when they were pushed to the lower.
I think you said that best. I think it really is just a chemistry diff right now. At least in that matchup right there, the team just looks so coordinated. There's really not much to argue on the opposition. I think we saw some switching, we saw some panic swaps, we saw some team comp difference on attack and defense just to try to hope to hold them. But even from the very beginning of the first fight, the team just essentially walked in, got their first pick, and then it was a downhill slope. Again, Doom Crew looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and about only a 10K-ish total damage difference, but clearly final hit difference 2 to 20 nearly is the big difference. He's just unable to finish things off, and it's just a lot of pressure on energy at that time, and even Delin when he was over on the Atom. So, they definitely had the pick ban that they wanted from that. They got the Loki, and thus it was the Shark into the Jeff. And Cooper plays obviously all roles really well. They're all strategists, but his Loki, we've talked time and time again, pretty crazy, man. So 3-1 right now. Doom Crew has been in this upper bracket tear. We're seeing why right now, Shib. If you're Mutants, though, definitely we've seen these stories unfold many of ways. And 3-1, all these players have been in this situation before.
Yeah, the reverse sweep is definitely on the table. We've seen it multiple times in the MRC alone. So it definitely can do it. I think you need to shake stuff up now. I think that you got to forget about that matchup because that did not look good, and that can stay in the mental. It's very much a momentum-based game. Shake that off, bounce back, change up the bands, and try something else.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at it, I mean, that was the first non-dom we had too. So, you get to pick the map, find somewhere you feel pretty comfortable. I mean, do you go back? Do the Gambit, at least it was a bit more, it was a bit closer there because you can only ban so much, right? So either they let the Daredevil through and they go like Loki, Gambit, don't think they're going to go that way. So you can only do so much. They'll have to think about it. They have a little bit of time to do so. Shiv and I and the rest of you are going to take a quick break, and then we are back, which could be the final map, Shiv, of this series. We'll see you after this quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals Esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the god of thunder!
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to what could be our last matchup for season 5.5 and Shib. It's been a historic run for mutants who made a huge effort in the lower bracket, but they faced their final boss, which is the one that sent them down there, Doom Crew. Right now it is 3-1, and we're leaving off a map that was nothing but a full reset is needed here if they want to make this 3-2.
Yeah, that's the tricky part of losing a map like that. So decidedly, is it messes with your mental. And honestly, if I was a betting guy, I would say that they're going to be in trouble in this next one. You need to completely forget about that and reset mentally, because I don't know, man. It's a momentum-based game, and the momentum is not in their favor at all right now.
Yeah, it's when you start to see, like, you know, the blades come out. Like, who knows if they like try to shift up what they've been rolling, or they just try to do more of the same. We're going to find out right now. Spider Island Convoy is going to be our map number 5. That could determine Doom Crew to get first place and the Mutants the L. But we're going to get the Thing and Daredevil once again banned back after back. Wolverine and Rogue have been the 2 to follow, looking like we're going to be following suit, Shib. And so the question is now, is this third position? They had Groot last time. What do they do now?
Yeah, it was Groot banned out, and then I think it went to Loki. Well, not last map, actually, because Loki slid through, but they might change that up. We might see that from the side of mutants to stop Cooper from being a threat there. They're going to lock in the Psylocke, which I'm not mad about. I think they found a lot of value with Psylocke from Delena, so maybe that is the decision there, but I'm not sure it was a ban target, so I'm curious about that.
Yeah, and okay, the Loki's gonna get the ban. So if I'm guessing that Gambit's gonna make it through here. I mean, there's almost no question in my eyes. If you're Doom Crew, go with the Gambit save right here. You ban the Mantis. You know that you bet on yourself of what you continue to do with Cooper. Loki's not available, so this should be a Gambit save in my opinion. Maybe they end up rolling with like the Phoenix or something. Okay, Groot. So the opposite ban. So watch. Let's see what Muse decided to do, because last time this exact thing unfolded is when they saved the Gambit, and that's kind of the all-in mentality.
Yeah, we will see. I think this map, yeah, it is going to be the Gambit save here, which, it's a convoy now, so it's definitely a different mode that's been played at least so far in this series. So maybe that changes things a bit, and it's another one of those maps that height is, very important. Spider Islands very much plays into being able to take that and own that height. We talked about that in the last series, and so we might see some hit scan selections here or bans, which is what I was going to get at as we see the removal here of Phoenix.
Yeah, and really, I mean, listen, they played well with Gambit. It's not like it was a huge diff or anything, so I'm okay with it on this final potential matchup. And, the ban to the Phoenix is, again, just Mello has been one of those, even though Team Nemesis didn't go far, land speaking, he has been a huge highlight of that team. I think we can all agree, very, very good players. So to have him now as not having access to the Phoenix, last time he did swap over to the Star-Lord, kind of deciding here what way to go. He did play some Adam, especially back in the triple res days, going all the way back. And we see what everybody is kind of floating to here. Buddy, this is looking like a very good triple Vanguard setup here to get that Groot into the first defensive hold for Doom Crew.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a strong, this is very traditional, right? And we will see the portal back coming in if there's a problem. This is what you'd expect to see from the top level of play on this map nearly every time, unless the bans obviously mess with it a little bit. But yeah, I love the Groot here. I think that, I think Rogue fits fine into this composition, but especially very strong when Gambit's here, making her even more of a threat in that AoE potential and being more of a threat to the backline at all times. Now has not only a ton of burst backline potential, but a ton of AoE burst potential, hitting everyone at once. So huge threat, great composition here from Doom Crew. Let's see how mutants get out this door.
Agreed. If you've been here all day, you saw that Mutants actually had a tough time breaking through this defense, and then they somehow kind of won it against Team Guilty. So we'll see if it's the same thing that plays them this time. That's a way to open. Scatter just deleting Delena off the map now. Scatter's been that big difference maker on the Rogue. The infamous X-Men now going to rotate out here. And just play a bit passive. With Thing not available, Daze just has much more free roam as that Doctor Strange. Such a huge counter to the hero. And you're going to now have instead Multi dog here on the rocket. Daze is going to be thrown off the map though from Delina. That's a big way to open something else.
Yeah, it was a good play right there. Energy going to find one onto Craze Main too, and that's going to put them up 2 numbers. And the rest comes through though, making it just 2 once more. Millennia gets a pick there onto Scatter, make it another pick onto Porky, and Mutants are looking good out the door here. Maybe getting some momentum in their favor. Electing to wait here on the great fall there. Again, folks, for those who maybe are trying to take this into ladder, notice how Craze went right to the point. If you are going to fall, why not fall on the point to make sure it doesn't move forward for that, you know, few seconds? That can be everything at this level of play. So good decision there, and they're going to reset as a unit.
Great call out, making this now for complete in a 4-fight potentially here. And oh my goodness, that is beautiful from SJP, getting the melee hit in there even, and getting a triple on Sue Storm. Love to see it. Energy to follow, and that's that Conchu coming up strong. Wow, what a strong opening. 2-0 there in the first 2 fights.
Yeah, Mutants looking great right now, at least off the beginning of that huge combo play there from Spark, going in with SJP, just using that orb to deal a ton of damage in that tight window, knowing everybody will be coming through that portal. Great decision again, and here we go once more. Doom Crew is going to get that BRB up and ready. Out goes the Sonic Seduction, up on the height here, trying to own and healing through that doorway consistently, just juking. Scatter now, going to press forward, does have the Heartbreaker available. Is going to find one on the Spark Chief using that team up again. So much damage when that team up is active. Is going to be tackled, but immediately pulled away there. Well done by Melophobia. Using that Force Physics to pull away the front side of, Delena, who does go down here from Daze.
Yeah, Delina using that Rampage, came up empty, and Daze was the one with the quick Edelin now, and hunting for more as a Wolverine would. And just with that Duke, everything else, he finds himself 2, no eliminations, does kidnap the tree briefly, and is just slicing and dicing and finding success. It's going to back into the team here. Craze does have the ult as well to follow. It's going to be Scatter pushing up with the Heartbreaker, draining that ult charge, and SJP and momentum alongside it, Chip.
Scatter again with these picks in the neutral is just insane. I mean, obviously using Heartbreaker there to be very aggro, but gotta show some love to the success on this hero today that we've seen from Scatter, looking very, very strong. Wait for that team up to come back, like we're gonna be back shortly. Delena on the off angle here now on that Psylocke that was saved. Facing down anyone on height here, and is going to use the Raging Royal Flush. Millennia able to find Daze early on, push them up a number, and that could keep them moving forward here with this Gambit. And it is matched right back to Tastic, actually still holding on to it, excuse me, waiting for the right moment if available. Still not able to get that off though, and almost goes down, and now launches the Royal Flush. Lena able to get one more though before that goes off.
Yeah, and with that, Daze is going to go down yet again, but Scatter, who has been the player of highlights throughout this tournament, continues to find more success. Both Vanguards right off the rip, and man, also the sustainability. I think Melina hit every single card there on the invis and just was not going down. Melophobia over on the invis, actually. Fun little swap up there as they try to move forward. I mean, Daze has been also doing a good job keeping himself going in that pressure alongside it. Scatter gonna have once again the Heartbreaker. Won't need it too much outside of the hands of the Butterflies. Delina did save that Psylocke. They invested in it. Let's see if it pays off. Ship now. The wall comes down. They close out an early Emma. And here comes the Amplifier.
I will say, Doom Crew has just found their footing here. Another early pick on the best is massive here. OT is ticking down now. Cooper-tastic with a pick, and at this point, I think Doom Crew had this on lock here on the top side. Another pick on Energy. It's a force dagger. Wow. Off the rip, looking so clean. Mutants get held on point 1 by Doom Crew, who just do not let up.
Yeah, I don't even think the Psylocke got a word off in that ult before it fell. I mean, that's a bummer, because that went from what could be the double strategist getting out to the strategist eliminating you, and thus really putting your back against the wall here, Ship. It's 3-1. Mutants now with a push. They certainly won back. Looking strong at the gate, too. Doom Crew just kind of kept finding, as you put so well, their footing, and kind of just getting these stagger picks throughout it. On top of that, I mean, I even feel like Mutants did well with their ults and just couldn't find success.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of these triple comps on defense is, although it looked tough at first, they teleported back in and lost again. They used some ults for that teleport. They used a lot of their utility as well. And then you come back in for the third fight and you have advantage now. And they got point before it even turned that bend. And that gave them enough time to keep farming ults, stay up in advantage, find neutral picks, which kept happening from Scatter on that Rogue. And then next thing you know, Mutants who feel like they had the momentum moving are realizing they have 10 seconds to get onto the point, and then they're staggering onto the point and it's over. So yeah, I mean, these teams just such high level of play, but Doom Crew just do not let up right now. They're looking so strong as a unit.
Yeah, and looking strong in the triple Vanguard front. In fact, it was a weakness of Nemesis back in the day. They did not handle triple Vanguard well. I just remember calling their games. And wow, what a turnaround here. And at the hands of Scatter at that. I mean, he was a great Imma, man, but seeing this rogue play is definitely inspiring. At least me to hop on the action some more here as they push in. Melo's going to go on the Punisher. Frank Castle seeing if they can get the job done, earn the title, the 6K, and that first place finish for the Doom crew.
Predicting that dive in there from Vets on the high side, and Energy is able to find Cooper Tastic. Energy going to be on the Emma there, but the res comes through from 40 to keep Cooper Tastic in the fight. 3 minutes and 35 for them to push to the first point here, not even needing to get all the way there.
Yeah, Days is slicing, dicing, already finds himself a Vest alongside at the Spark.
Wow.
That's 2 Vanguards down. Now going to force a strange swap, most likely early. Everybody's falling so quickly here. The turret's on full blast, and Chip, this one is getting out of hand quickly. Spark Chief now making the swap over to the Strange. But they've got everything to handle it here. Craze and Cooper. Those huge ults are going to follow very quickly. Not to forget also the judge, the jury, and the executioner himself, Melo.
They couldn't even get the portal there to guarantee 3 fights, and I think that's just because they know that at this point, since the point has not pushed all the way through, they can't get 3 fights. They have to just use this portal to hold on this location up on height here. Ult advantage going to be up there for Doom Crew, which they can end this right now. It should be a tough look here. And here goes the commitment. Everything getting launched here. Melophobia starting off with the judgment. Looking towards the back line. Finds one on the Spark. She probably see more. It's a 2-piece here on a Deletta. Yes, that's 3. Melophobia is walking them down. The point is almost over. Not sure they can hold. No portals there. And the W goes to Doom Crew, who get it done 4-1.
They are the final boss. They sent both the teams to the lowers. They've maintained the uppers. Doom Crew is your Season 5 MRC champions. And wow, what a clean run they had, Chip. Nearly flawless here. Outside that first game, that first momentum drop. And from there, it was lights out. Outfit and Scatter gets that MVP. Played absolutely terrific. And can we talk about Melo and that beautiful ult there with the damage amplifier? Chaos.
They knew they were up. Alt advantage there. Really took advantage of it. So clean there from Melophobia at the end, combined with Forky with that Sia. It's just too much pressure, especially when you don't have that Magneto out. If you have that Strange Shield and you're forced to obviously make that switch to the portal, you are doomed. It got deleted in seconds, and they, play on the words of the Doom, actually slammed that one. But either way, dude, this team is just looking so good, so confident, and really didn't skip a beat besides that one map.
Yeah, listen, and again, talent-wise, had a lot going for Mutants. Team-wise, Doom Crew was in. And with the holidays around and stuff like this, these players, I don't know how much time they've had all together, but we're seeing one side really shine here as we get our look at the final leaderboard. That punch their ticket into first place. Doom Crew, again, sealing it against Mutants. And man, I gotta say, I was impressed from all the roles around. And, Millennia and SJP did so well in the lowers to get them here, but with the flex positions of them not coming from Nemesis, we pointed it out. Forky Dog and Cooper, what tremendous additions. And it makes you think, Shib, do we roll with this into the pro teams? You know what I mean? Like at this point, with the partner teams coming, we just clean the MRC handedly, by the way. Do we keep this thing going?
See, that's the beauty of what's going on right now with this team. It's like, yeah, why not, right? Or at least you have the opportunity. It's all about, what the org's thinking too. If you end up getting grabbed by an org, or if you want to stay independent, you believe you will get picked up later. If you keep proving yourself, but winning things like the MRC are how you prove yourself. And this team has storied names and a team that's been confident and played together for a while. Always been able to pull up these more unique compositions and be meta defining and understanding. And now we're picking up some new strategists that are clearly working, man. Why not, right? Why not keep playing together? This team looked really good.
Yeah, roster mania is going to be in full effect, especially with those partner teams. So we are seeing the early makings of what is going to be the promising 2026 esports shaping up. You guys have seen the commercial, you've seen the format. It's all coming into play here. And man, I've got to say, we have an exciting week ahead. What a way to end season 5 and really 2025 a bit, and into Deadpool season 6, new team ups, nerfs to what has been meta. Who knows, man, what can happen from here, especially with someone like Deadpool and the chaos that I'm sure he's going to bring.
Oh, I can't wait for that. It's got to be coming soon. Looking forward to the changes. Looking forward to him as a hero and just hearing more about what is coming. The beauty of Rivals, again, talking about it's about team synergy, being able to adapt. And a team that does that well is clearly Doom Crew, man.
Yeah, and listen, I gotta say, what's impressed me is Day's like, I'm not saying I don't think of him as like that 1B duelist, but Melo's kind of that star, right? And then Days is there as well, and did a tremendous job, especially on the Strange. But when you look at like Energy and Delin on the other side, it's just, I thought that matchup was going to go better, but just the consistency across the board and play of, honestly, the Vanguards as well, matching up to Spark, Chief, and Vest, like just one-to-one, did such a great job all around. So you guys are seeing right here what we saw today. Mutants looked so strong in the lower, 3-0, found themselves up against the Doom Crew, 4-1, coming out your champs.
Yeah, just again, a top side domination there from Doom Crew, keeping it consistent and not getting knocked down at all. And you can see their run right here on the bracket, just moving forward here on the upper side bracket, dropping Ego Death, which is also a team that is known throughout this competition, Team Guilty, and then going all the way to the finals, dropping Mutants once more and claiming the title and grabbing that 6K prize. Congrats again to Doom Crew.
Yeah, beat a lot of good teams on the way, and listen, Mutants, they got to be happy too. Second place isn't first, but you do find yourself being amongst the best right now in this kind of new formed teams, and so maybe take a look at your roster as well and say, okay, what do we want to change? Or maybe we just need to play more together, right? Like that could just be the missing element. And of course, with meta shifts and whatnot's going to come as well, they can evaluate that. So there's a lot to look at in terms of players, teams, coaches, and all that good stuff in America. And as me and you know very well right now, or at least where we left off, EMEA was on top, right? I mean, just but Navi, VP didn't even play, man. They were like, we got the ship. We don't even need to play. We don't want to expose what we've got going on. So there's a lot of competitiveness that's going to fuel this America scene. I'm excited to see it flush out.
Yeah, and then also it's just going to be a totally different meta, but talking about some different stuff in the game. Why don't we check out some of these skins right here with the God of Winter skin from Thor, changing to look a little bit like Ymir the Frost Giant, a little bit of lore and just Norse mythology for you there. A very cool skin. As we look over to Cloak and Dagger, honestly, another really awesome skin that completely changes the ultimate. Instead of being that purple fog on the ground, turns into some ice. And, if you are a fan of getting a better view of where the ult actually is, it gives you a little bit of an advantage there.
Dude, I love it. I love it. It tells you exactly where to go. I mean, it's not like the fog was crazy to follow, but it's a bit easier, especially if you like the Punisher or whatever, just kind of like marching your way to the point, just kind of staying on the ice, shooting the big guns and carving success. But yeah, Thor and Cloak and Dagger alongside the holiday skins. And not Daredevil. Didn't see really any of him today. I think Chime early on. That seems like a lifetime ago. Penny Parker as well, and Star-Lord, which we'll be talking through as their clips play. But listen, Ship, a lot of this can change. Daredevil, it could not be his season, never mind not being Daredevil, if some adjustments come his way, which I think is probably expected.
Yeah, I think we could, at least expect to, we'll see what we're going to find out here probably this week, what changes here. But all three of these characters, all of which are definitely in the meta. I would say Penny is more map specific, but all of them getting some really cool legendary skins that change up the abilities. You mentioned not being able to see Daredevil in the finals. That's because he was banned first like every single game. So could use a bit of a toning down. Likely as we check out the Penny skin right now, SPDR turns into a giant snowman, which is pretty cool to look at.
Yeah, for sure. And with Star-Lord and having his team up with Rocket has been obviously not only meta, but has had plenty of slow buffs, right? All these outside of, I guess, Penny just got her first nerf after a slew of a year of almost buffs, now taking her to where she's at. And I don't know about you, but I have just seen some people on this hero that just feels like they're playing a different game than me, because they are crazy on Penny and just her mobility and setting up nests in the right spots and really just being different. The sky's the limit with what you can do on Penny Parker.
Yeah, and she's one of those heroes that it shuts down some of those duels that you struggle with. Talking about Daredevil, we've seen in this tournament that some of these teams like Lunax ran Penny to help counter Daredevil and had the strat line just sit on Penny mines, played very safe and consistently worked out for him. So again, this hero, and I believe was potentially even rocking this skin at the time. I think this skin is just incredibly cool to look at, but also it changes up the sound, changes up the look of the abilities, and gives you a little song when you ult. You talk about maybe the ult not being as effective, but is definitely terrifying when you are running at them, a little bit of music in the background.
Without question, man, as we look at the New Year's Eve Times Square, fun addition to the game as well. And on our look here at through all the heroes thus far, next up on the block, as you guys have seen, we've got ourselves Daredevil as well. And Chip, let's just talk about it here. I mean, when you look at the top duelist, right, in the meta that is formed here. Obviously, you've got Daredevil, you have Star-Lord. Phoenix has just been continuously slept on, who might see adjustments. That Bird just got, you know, a health boost, but really, I mean, I think Hitscan is in such a good spot right now in Rivals, and this could change with maps and whatnot that come out of it. But yeah, it's why Hilla has kind of reigned for so long, and Phoenix alongside her.
Yeah, agreed. I think Daredevil does a decent job chasing them down a bit, and that's why he's been so popular, but agreed. Hit scan is incredibly strong. And speaking of strong hit scan, right here, Star-Lord. This skin, first ever legendary for Star-Lord. I know there's a lot of Star-Lord mains out there. Incredibly fun to play, has so much utility in his kit, can farm ults really quickly, can be a great solo duelist, and really dominate the backline. Plays well with Gambit too, which again, all of this is just our knowledge and understanding from this season. Things are constantly changing. It's the beauty of Marvel Rivals. Speaking of constantly changing, also gets a little bit of a different voice line right here when he popped this ultimate, saying happy holidays. And very, very scary loud when you hear that. You know you're hiding. Not the happiest holidays when you got a Star-Lord in the sky chasing you down.
And has a little Christmas jingle as well when he's using the boosters, which is fun. You can have it extended or not. I love hearing that a little bit as well to put you in the mood, I guess, in January and beyond here. But we'll see who carries these costumes into past the holidays. You can still snag them, though, while they're available, as we see the emote in Times Square. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our look at the 3 available skins right now till the 16th. It's the 11th. You got 5 days to go, my friends. And there's our splash screen, who did get updated, by the way, Ship. They added all the heroes from year 1, so kind of cool to look at the addition of Deadpool and, wait for it, Elsa Bloodstone. So fun look at the future there.
That's going to be exciting. Can't wait to find out what their kit might be. And yeah, you got to the 16th to grab those skins, and that is going to be the date of the new season, buddy. Man, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you as always. So fluid, so fun to hang out with you, bud. And these games were crazy. I know at the end there's a little bit of a momentum loss, but what a battle, huh?
Yeah, man, it's like our first time not going to 7. I'm like, what happened? This is it's a sad day, but it's always a good day whenever I get to cast alongside you, man. And just fun, man, to look at 2026 and beyond, and just know that we have a very fun season to go, guys. So I encourage you, get ready for the lookout of what esports is in 2026. I wish you guys a good end of your season as you wrap up a rank, maybe try to get to the next level in ELO or whatever. But Deadpool is coming very soon, so stick out for that shit. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for watching, and until the next MRC or next time we see you, have a good one, have a great one, and happy rivaling.